Ew, what up? What is going on, guys? Alright, let's see here. Let's get us all lined up. Ew, what's going on? Let's build this judge here. Alright, let me just get us all squared away here. I see a few of y'all watching over there on Twitch. What is going on? Heavy Arms Todd, Clockwork, Archangel, Ashway, Byerland Custom. What's going on? And Alex. What's going on, Alex? Late? How am I late? Late on what? Late on building this kit? Come on. Let me see here. Alright, I said no. What are you tisking me, Alex? I'm not late. Late for what? Oh, you mean late to come in to start. Sorry. Alright. Yeah, I mean, as far as like building the kit, I know like it hasn't been out. I mean, it's just released a couple weeks, so I know like a few people have already built it, yeah. But I mean, I don't know, as far as I know, it hasn't got a ton of coverage on YouTube so far. Especially in English. So I think I'm pretty good. Anyway, so what's going on, everyone? Good morning. Let's see, Ragey, what's going on there? Came, hello, thanks for building and reviewing the Judge kit. You're welcome. I almost didn't get and build this kit, but like kind of right before it was coming out, I decided to pre-order it, like a few weeks before, but shortly before it came out. Difficult to get a hold of it in the States. Qvolve. Yeah. I know that the it's kind of sold out pretty fast. And I gotta say, I mean, we'll see how it comes together, but just from kind of preparing all the parts and everything, I gotta say, pretty impressive so far. I did have one piece already break, though, while I was in the process of just kind of preparing all the parts and everything. A small little vent piece up and broke on me. Fortunately, we had a spare. There's a lot of double parts that you don't need in this, so when you're building it you have like actually quite a lot of leftover parts. I don't know, I guess the way they designed the runners was like the way they designed the runners was in a way that I don't know, for whatever reason they opted more for making a lot of double runners when a lot of times they didn't need doubles of the parts. But I don't know, maybe that was just more efficient to make them like that. Hey, what's going on? Here's the obligatory stream admission fee. Deandra, as always, thank you so much. Appreciate that. It's not obligatory whatsoever, by the way. I'll just point out, but I appreciate it either way. And obviously just building up the base here first. Just because I hadn't put this together. Oh, I was supposed to put that on there first. And the base is pretty much like Action Base 13 from Bandai. It seems pretty similar to that. Like the arm, the actual base plate seems like very much like the PG Exia, sort of, in its design anyway. And then the arm is very much like Action Base 13. I have to compare it side by side to see just how close it is, but it seems pretty close to that. And I have heard from people saying that the kit is so heavy that the base has a hard time balancing the kit on it, so that could be a problem. And you guys are, I've seen a couple people mentioning about the neck, that apparently the neck can be a bit troublesome. So I'll check that out here in just a second. So I imagine that some of you guys are going to be not too hip on what this kit is. Maybe weren't familiar with it coming out or whatever. But it's a little bit similar like a high-res kit, and that's got a pre-built inner frame, which I'll show you here in just a moment. But let's see. So that said, my first impression of the pre-built inner frame, though, just like doing the unboxing and checking it out and everything, it does seem to be pretty good. So I don't really... Where does this piece go? Is this one not actually used? I have this other piece here that's I guess that'd be for if you wanted to use just like a regular action base adapter. Alright. And also kind of weird that the arm of the base is in this clear green. Clear, kind of bluish green, but... Anyway. So there's that. So, we'll see how well that works later on. How's the plastic quality compared to Bandai? Jace, the plastic quality seems pretty good. Hang on. A lot of parts. And like I said, I did have one small little part break on me, very delicate part, so it's not that surprising. But I wasn't forcing it or anything, and I was actually hang on. Oof, computer almost died. That would have been bad. But yeah, I wasn't being hard on the part. Like, just barely touched it and it broke, so I think it was just a little bit kind of defective. But here's the frame and also the metal piece for the weapon. Yeah, my neck piece looks fine. It's not broken or anything. So I will be careful with that, though, if you guys are saying that some people's was broken, I guess, maybe. I can see how it might be, and it looks like it's kind of... It almost looks like it's meant to be snapped off, because there's like the plastic, instead of just being like a straight peg like that, it's got kind of like a pinch to it, so it almost seems like you're supposed to break that part off of there, actually. But I'm not going to do that just yet. But yeah, I mean, all that shiny ness that you're seeing, that's all actually metal. I'm not a big fan of the fact that this isn't using metal in the frame. It just seems like an unnecessary gimmick, to be honest. It's not really necessary structurally, I don't think. Actually, like the main body of the Gundam, the arms and legs and everything, doesn't seem any more complicated than like just kind of fairly standard MG kit. The backpack, there's a lot of stuff going on, and like the backpack's quite heavy. I think probably gonna be, because there's a ton of parts on the backpack. So like some metal parts used for like the connection to the backpack to make sure that you don't have any weight issues with that. I could understand, but for the most part, the metal feels completely unnecessary for this. It's a pretty expensive kit too, and so I have to imagine that obviously a good portion of that is going in towards the metal used in the frame. So I think if they were to remake the kit, or in this company's Zero Gravity's future kits, if they don't use metal, I think that would be preferable. This is just kind of not necessary. Someone's asking which part did I break. I broke this part. This is obviously the unbroken one, but this tiny little vent piece there, see that? It's a gray little vent piece for like the front crotch. Yeah, the metal is of course less prone to break, but if it makes it really heavy and hard to pose the kit because of the weight, then, you know, no thank you. But we'll see. So, let's get into it. Let's get down to biz. First thing you need to do is actually take apart the frame a little bit here. Take off the arms. I mean, it does feel very solid and everything seems pretty good. I'm not having, like, with the high-res kit, I could immediately feel with the frame that I had to be really careful with it. This does feel pretty solid, though. Like, moving everything around, you are still going to want to be careful, of course. But it feels pretty good so far, so. Alright, this would be right arm. Stick that in there for later. And legs also off. Real long pegs there going down into the thighs for the legs. So let's see, that was left leg, right leg. So we're using this torso part here first on the body. Alex, thank you for hanging out in the chat for a little while today, answering some of those questions for me. Because yeah, like I said, I know there's going to be a lot of people with a lot of questions about this kit. Because like I said, I'm sure a lot of people are just not very familiar with it. I mean, before getting it, I was not super familiar with it. I didn't do a ton of research on the kit before actually getting it in hand. I just thought it looked cool and I wanted to check it out. So I did end up eventually deciding to pre-order it after not wanting to kind of for a while. But yeah, so I understand you guys may have questions about this. Just again, tag me in your comments and your questions and stuff so that I can see those easier in the chat and I can try to answer your guys' questions as well too. But Alex is there, so thank you, Alex. So Anna asking, so what is this? Anna, this is not a Gundam, but you know, basically a Gundam from this company Zero Gravity. So it's not and I mean it's not even like the Mechanicore kits where it's very clearly based on a certain Gundam design. This one is, it's not even like for example, like a creative interpretation of the Destiny Gundam or something like that. It's I mean, it has all the typical Gundam features, but it's not based on any Gundam design. So when it does seem very similar in its design, like especially to something like the Freedom 2.0 Master Grade kit, for example. Patrick, thank you so much for the super chat there. Very generous. Let me see, what did you say here? Sorry, I'm losing it in the chat almost. Seen any good movies lately, or have any you want to see? Any good movies lately? What did I watch recently? I did watch something recently, but I don't remember. What was that? Oh, I watched The Hunt. That's probably the only kind of movie that I've watched very recently. And I mean, it was, you know, kind of an interesting premise. But you know, nothing. It wasn't that exciting, really. Watch They Live, a mercenary. I've seen They Live many times. I like that movie. And you can actually watch it. At least last I knew, you can actually watch it all on YouTube. It's just it's been uploaded on YouTube, and for whatever reason has not been taken down. Copyright things. I'm not saying that in like a conspiratorial way. I just mean like as things are usually taken down for copyright reasons. For whatever reason, They Live is always there on YouTube. I've watched it a number of times. Looking at pictures, the waist seems very Shinanju and Justice-like, and yeah, I mean, it certainly has aspects of the design that seem very familiar to different Gundam designs, but I do like that they made something original. It's cool. And even though it's very Gundam-esque. As far as I can tell, it's not. There's no part of it that is actually like a straight copy of anything from Gundam. So, and I'm just kind of working the frame a little bit here to start off, just to make sure everything's moving good and well. So later there are no surprises. But I mean, the pre-built frame here, I mean, I can understand pretty much what everything is. Like, if it wasn't pre-made, if this was something that we were just building on our own, the way it all goes together does seem pretty familiar. The way it works, if you built a lot of master grade kits or something. Based on the Forbidden Gundam, I mean, yeah, kind of, yeah, sort of, but I mean, still, it's not that close in its design to the Forbidden Gundam. Alex with the FAQ there, thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah. USA Gundam Store, we were able to secure some, but they sold out very, very fast. So we're trying to get some more. Don't know if we'll be able to get any more from the first batch, but hopefully the company responds to honestly a pretty massive demand already for it, and they'll make some more. It's not a very common practice for these kind of companies to do that. So, you know, it's a little bit of a long shot, but in this case, I think because it's such a popular kit already, I think they might make some more, but I don't know. We'll see. If they make some more, we'll get some more for you guys there at USA Gundam Store. But for the moment, all that we've got coming in are already spoken for. And I should also mention and just be clear, as it seems I always have to do, that this particular kit that I'm building is not from USA Gundam Store. So some people will kind of make that assumption, like, oh, I pre-ordered from USA Gundam Store, but how come Zach got his first and I'm still waiting for mine? You know, you're not still waiting for yours. Mine is not actually from USA Gundam Store. So just want to make that clear. And this part goes down onto the top of the frame here, but it doesn't seem to actually plug onto anything, so I guess that's right. Maybe it's going to be held in more as we kind of add some more parts to this. So let's see. This being the collar piece on the top. Kind of tricky to get this part in there. Let me see. Yeah, I'm guessing this is going to be more held in once we get the front and back pieces on. But it says to put that part down on there first, but I'm kind of having a hard time getting it in there, so I'm going to do it like this. And then put this chest piece on here, and that's still not actually holding that on there. My local shop said they will be securing Glory of Losers expansion set for when the doors open. Well, that's good. That expansion set does look pretty nice. Happy to see that Bandai's making that. Yeah, strange. Already seeing that the instructions are a bit odd. It says to put this part on the top of the neck first, but I think that's wrong, and just by looking at how it looks in the manual, it doesn't seem that way. It seems like you actually are supposed to put this one on here first, and then this one over the top of that, like that, because it has this little peg here on the front. Yeah, I know you guys can't see that super well, but and then yeah, this part kind of holds that then together. Also, I will say, you know, aside from the plastic quality, in terms of, like, people usually, when they ask about the plastic quality, they're wanting to know about, like, how brittle or soft the plastic is. But aside from that, just the finish of the plastic is quite nice. Most of the armor parts have this really nice matte finish. So, like, straight out of the box, it's going to look pretty nice, I think. Are you going to get the HG Cassie when it's released, Jonathan? Yes, I will. Definitely looking forward to that. I mean, like, looking forward to that in the sense that I think it's going to be a fun kit. The design is pretty wild. Never really been that big of a fan of the Cassie, actually. And I mean, even this HG interpretation of the Cassie especially, I don't really particularly like. I much prefer like the fixed figuration, Katoki design of the Cassie. So I wish they would have made the HG kit more along those lines. But unfortunately, not the case. So, let me see. There we go. And a lot of the parts in here, like the little detail parts inside the vents and things, you have the same runner here. You have the same runner in gray and in clear green, and some parts you'll use clear green and some parts you'll use gray, but you can use either one you prefer. So like for example here in the chest there's this clear green part where, you know, if you didn't want to, you could just use the gray one, for example. Or like in all the little vents, as you guys will see, like the vents we'll make on the top of the torso here in just a minute. Are just, for like the inside vent parts, just gray seem to make more sense. But if you wanted to make those in clear green, you can, because there's clear green parts for all those sections as well. Alright, so this is the cockpit hatch section, front section anyway. It's not actually a cockpit hatch in this case, but that section that we're making. Or it's not advertised as a cockpit hatch, I should say. I mean, just because there's not really, it's just an original design, so there's no kind of sense as to what anything actually is on it, because it's just a completely made up thing. But what we would typically assume to be the cockpit hatch of the design. Certainly a little bit of a tight squeeze on some of these parts, but still fits together pretty nicely. There we go. See, very nice look there on the front. And that clear green part in there does look really nice, and you can actually see a little bit of the clear green part here at the top as well too. I think in kind of the mess of everything, it's not really going to be all that noticeable, but that does look pretty cool. If you were to wire this up with an LED inside there, with that light coming out the front of the chest and then like shining up on like the top of the torso, like shining up on the face, would be pretty cool. Tastes like plastic, yes. Yes, tastes like Chinese plastic. Alright, so yeah, then next part is the vents, which I was just mentioning about. So, let's see, where are we? You got where's that part? You got this, and this. I think I put those parts in the wrong place somewhere. Shoot. Uh-oh. I think they're in with the backpack parts, which there are a lot of, so to dig out the parts that I need from the backpack parts is going to be quite the challenge. Let me just double check, make double sure. Yeah, I don't have the parts that I need here, and I do specifically remember working on those with the backpack parts. Yeah, here they are. There's one. Hopefully I can find another one pretty easily as well in here too. The backpack is going to take significantly longer than anything else on this kit to build. Because for one, there's nothing pre-built, like the inner frame of this being pre-built. Well, there we go. Alright, so that was not too bad. Let's try to track down those pieces. So that will go in there. The gray piece into there, then red piece on top, and then another gray piece on top of that. So you get Very nice look for everything layered on that. And that will pop onto the top of the torso here. Very cool. And one more. So, it's a really interesting aspect of the design. Like I said, there's a lot of features of this design that are, you know, obviously very Gundam, but there's certainly some unique features of this which are not very common among Gundam kits as well too. So, like these big vents on the top of the torso, like that, sort of almost facing up. Sometimes, you know, like the Gundam of the ARC-72 Verka, for example, has the vents on like the top of the torso, not just the main chest vents, but then has some smaller vents on the top of the torso as well too, but pointing forward. These ones are like kind of pointing up sort of a little bit there on the torso, so it's a kind of unique design for those. That is all for the torso, but the rest of these parts are for like the kind of main center part of the backpack, kind of core part of the backpack. So I went ahead and pulled these out to build this section of the backpack here separately, because the rest of the backpack is very parts heavy, so I wanted to build this part here separately. So let me go ahead and build this up, and then we'll continue on to the waist section there. And this will go inside here, right? Yeah. Like that. And up in here. Very plastic tasting. For including the taste test. Thank you, Alex. Did you add the taste test to the frequently asked questions post? Appreciate that. Where is this piece? Oh. I'm gonna skip that for the moment. It's a piece I can't locate. And some more layering here. We got a gray piece set inside a red piece, then set inside another gray piece. Very nice. So again, especially if you don't paint, this is one that I think is gonna look pretty nice, just straight out the box. I guess this is that one, yeah. Okay. I'm noticing this in the manual though too. The size of the parts, you know, not everything is in scale in the manuals, and Bandai doesn't do that either. But I usually can have a better sense of the scale of things in the Bandai manuals. When looking at this manual, it's kind of hard to get a sense of the scale of some of these. And for some reason, there was two different parts on like different runners, but they look exactly the same, and I don't remember why, but I cut them both out, and you only need the one, but they seem indistinguishable, so I guess it doesn't really matter which one I ultimately use, but it was kind of weird, or just the way that I cut them out was kind of weird. But that goes in there. Let's see, and this one goes in here, and this one goes up on the top, and that on there. And that one there. You got a lot of stuff all kind of going together here for this part of the center part of the backpack. build up all these little sections, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Should be one more. I think I put the wrong one on the top, probably. Didn't I? Yeah, I did. Oops. The smaller one goes on the top. Yeah, that seems a better fit there. All these sections that you have to put in here gently. Sorry, you guys can't see what I'm doing, can you? There, and then you can close it all up, right? Let me just make sure. There we go. Ouch. Make sure that's pressed together good and well. So yeah, it's the center part of the backpack. So you got this top part, that moves. This little flap here, that moves. Little flap bottom, that moves, that moves. That moves. All that stuff kind of expands out or collapses in here, and so that will plug onto the backpack. Let's see, we'll do that here in just a second. Then we got these parts. Okay, ×2 of this one. Injection molded. Plastic taste, Chinese. If only it tasted more Chinese, the plastic taste, because I am missing Chinese food. That goes like that. These are, I guess, the connection arms for our big backpack binders, wing binders, which we'll build later on. Also, as far as I can tell, so far, it seems like there's all the parts you need to make 2 of the weapon, like kind of the main weapon that it's got. Although the manual only really kind of technically tells you to build 1. There's parts of the manual where it says ×2 or ×4 or whatever, but for the weapon it doesn't say ×2, which is odd. But it seems like we have all the parts to make 2. So we'll try that here in just a bit, once we get to that section, of course. So here's that part of the backpack, and then we've got a couple more parts we add onto here, like this. I guess this is gonna be something to keep the backpack from going down too much, it looks like. Let's see, once we get this actually on the body, I think this part will make some more sense, but this seems like a part on here that will kind of like lock the supports for the binders. Or not like lock them in place, but just keep them from falling down. So that will just fit right onto there. And it seems a good connection here too. Oh, okay, yeah, so those parts also fit onto the back of the torso. So I mean this connection of this part of the backpack anyway, center part of the backpack, does seem really good. It's a good solid connection. This is basically just like the back of the torso essentially. It's not really too much of like a backpack quite yet, but yeah, seems good and solid. And so yeah, these kind of lock parts here, which is like on the side of the backpack, but they kind of connect to the torso and the side of the backpack, so it's just kind of like a further connection between the backpack and the body. Do have like a little part on there that will stop the binder connections from going too far down, so those won't, I guess, droop down past a certain point. They still could turn here at that point, but that seems pretty solid as well too. So I mean, everything so far seems pretty good and solid, so thumbs up on that. Let's move on to the skirt section here. Does the kit come with any weapons? Yes, it comes with like a kind of scythe, polearm kind of weapon, halberd kind of weapon. I don't know. Those of you guys who are more into weapons stuff can tell me what it's technically supposed to be called. I don't know. Good morning from the Philippines. What's going on, Keith? Where is everybody watching from today? I'll take a moment to just kind of keep my eyes here on the chat before we get started on the waist section here. Read out where y'all are watching from. Let's see. Loosely based off the Forbidden Gundam. Yeah, I mean, I keep seeing that. People said it's loosely based off the Forbidden Gundam, but I mean, seems very loosely. See, I saw Germany, Philippines, America, Ireland. What's going on? USA, Boston, Illinois, Canada, Florida, Wisconsin, Texas, Las Vegas, Australia, California, Uruguay, Jersey, Connecticut, California, Connecticut, North Carolina. Let's see, Costa Rica, Malaysia, Philippines, Delaware, Luxembourg. Man, we're everywhere. Maryland, UK, INA. I'm not sure what that is. Is that just short for Indonesia? Through Illinois, Brazil, Chile, Jakarta, Spain, Long Island. How tight is the pre-built body when you pull it out of the package? Yeah, the pre-built inner frame is pretty solid, but doesn't feel so tight that I'm like gonna break it when I move it. So it feels pretty good. Let's see, Jersey, Indonesia, Maryland, Mars. Whoa, crazy! We're in a planetary. Antipoyo. Let's see, Spain, Phoenix, Wyoming, South Texas. All right, Rockford. Kansas, Kentucky, Texas, all over. All right. Chicago, Illinois, there you go. Singapore, another Illinois there. Southwest. All right, yeah, very cool. Glad that I saw a few in there from Europe as well too. I know this time slot is tough for people in Europe because it's like the middle of the night there. But you know, I've tried to pick an opportune time for people on this side of the world. You know, it's at least not night, it's morning. And then for people in the U.S., which is my main audience is in the U.S., so that's kind of, you know, have to kind of choose the best time for you guys in the US. It's evening time there. So yes, apologies to those of you who are wanting to watch in Europe. I know the time is not ideal. Alright, let's build this waist section here, or the waist section is built, so let's build up the armor around it basically. And that would be this piece. So 27. That seems like that there. This little red piece over the top of that. So once again, in our vent section, we got the layering of like a gray piece for like the actual inside vent detail, and then a red piece to go around that, and then another gray piece to fit over the top of that. can get that in there. There we go. And then the moment of truth, this is the part that broke on me. So this is my spare one. That I fortunately had a spare in the box, but if this one breaks, then I'll have to glue one of them. But nothing broke, and it went together just fine. There you go. So there you go, that's looking very cool. In my place, this kit is overpriced for a third-party bootleg kit. Is considered as a P bootleg. Yeah, I mean, it's not a bootleg kit, so, I mean, it makes sense that whatever you're paying for this kit, it makes sense that it shouldn't be dirt cheap as if it were like a Daban copy of like a Master Grade Freedom Gundam or something like that. Obviously, it's going to be more expensive than that, and I think rightfully so. So it's not too surprising that the kit would be kind of expensive. Although it's a very derivative design, it is a original design. And okay. Why? Got this part, which seems like it's the part that I need for that, but for some reason I can't figure out why I'm not putting the right one on there. There we go. And then this one over the top of that for our front skirts. So pretty simple there for the front skirts, just a couple of parts, but looks good. Where's the other one? There it is. Just curious, how's the plastic quality on this, Jason C? The plastic quality seems pretty good. And as I was mentioning earlier, like almost all the plastic has this really nice matte finish to it as well too, so it's gonna look really nice just straight out the box, even without any painting. You could also, if you were so inclined, go ahead and do some panel lining on it, add some decals. It does include decals, but it doesn't include a decal guide, so I'm not sure where to put the decals on it. And they are water-slide decals, so let me show you. I'm sure it's probably posted around somewhere online, so I'll have to look. But you have decals for it here. It's right, and they're all in like this light gray color, which is a pretty nice color. But depends on what you want to do with those. So there's our front skirts on there, and then side skirts, which are significantly more complicated. A lot more parts in the side skirts here. So let me see. Alright, so that's like that. And they're opposite, not exactly just building times two, so I had to pay attention to which side I'm building here. Like that. I mean, wow, the color separation and everything. I mean, look at that. That's cool. Very impressive. Then we got all these parts that go on here. So first, you got, it's quite the sandwich of parts here to get everything all color separated. So you got the navy part first, then a gray part for the inside detail, then a red part, it seems like it's going to be a little easier to attach those together first, then a red part, and then another navy part. So once you get that all stacked up, you got some pretty badass color separation there for that. And these red parts though, I mean, just like super delicate, so be very careful. I don't think there was extras of these little red parts though, too, so As I was mentioning before, there's a lot of parts on doubled runners that didn't need to be doubled, so you have a lot of extra leftover parts in case you do end up breaking anything or anything. I guess it's good. But the red parts, however, I think we did have some left over, but not of these parts, unfortunately. So gonna be careful. So yeah, there's your side skirt. A little bit more complicated than the front skirt. The front skirts were just 3 pieces each. This was, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 pieces. So yeah, a little bit more complicated for the side skirts there. That'll go on there like that. Now let's build the other one. So pretty crazy. Let's see. Did pre-order? I'm planning on pre-ordering this kit. My second third-party pre-order. The stream and chat are lovely, but I'm gonna head out. Hope everyone. All right, see you, Sean. All right, let's see. So okay, and this part and that one. And that one. It's a hand grenade. And so far, not at all. Not in my experience. But where's the piece? I'm missing a piece here. Did I leave it in the box or something? Or did I put it somewhere where I'm not supposed to put that? Where's my missing piece? Or am I looking at it like right in front of my face and I can't see it? No. That's strange. Okay, well, it's probably around here somewhere. Probably jumped into another section, so we might have to finish up this skirt section later once we find our missing piece. I'm sure it's around. In the meantime, we'll finish as much as we can of this section, and we'll finish that part later. Is that? Oof. I'm not going to jump to any conclusions yet that I lost the piece or the piece somehow came off the runner or something like that. I don't think that's the case. I assume it's just around somewhere else in the box or something. But for now, go ahead and just pop that on for the time being. And so you are going to have that where the top of the leg is kind of prevents the side skirt from kind of going down anymore. So the side skirts are going to be kind of like sticking out to the side like that because they're very long. So some people may not like that. I think it'll be good for like dynamic posing and stuff. But I know some people don't necessarily like that when kits are like that. There's also a really weird part of this, how it has to plug like this extra V-fin. You're probably wondering why there's a V-fin here while we're building the waist section, and it has you build that and like stick it in like the back of the back skirt here for some reason. So hang on, I'll show you. Let's build up the back skirt here. So alright, this one goes here. Oof, that scared me. That popping sound. Did not want to hear that, but fortunately, nothing broken. Alright, and let's see. Albino Nemo said I didn't have any fitting issues with the judge. We're going to get some more MGs first. Somehow I need an anime to go with my gunplay. Yeah, Geek Eric, I get that sentiment that it's a bit weird to build something without an anime reference for it. And I think that's going to be... I think you're probably not alone in that. That some people are maybe not necessarily not going to be interested in it, because I think it's a design that, you know, I can see a lot of people liking if they see the design, but I think it's just one, obviously just a lot of people just aren't going to be exposed to it with it not being from an anime. So if people aren't, you know, spending a lot of time checking out stuff like this live stream and like my subsequent review of the kit, for example, if you're just, you know, just kind of on your own buying kits, whatever, you're not too into getting a lot of content online, then you could very easily miss this kit coming out. Yeah. And with it not being from an anime, I think that's more likely. And I'm thinking that's right, but I'm not kind of a little bit doubting myself on the placement of these parts. It seems right, but it's not super clear. Let me see. No, that's definitely not right. Just kind of trying these, put these on every which way to see which way it looks most right. It's not, definitely not that, and definitely not that, so I guess I had it right the first time, I guess. Alright, so yeah, like I was saying, it has you store this extra V-fin up inside the back skirt like that, which I guess is just for like, if you want to use the different V-fin, it's just a way to store it on the back there, and you can swap it out later if you want. It's weird, but I guess that's the point of that. And alright, so this will just fit over the back section here. Happy Valentine's Day, thank you for the Valentine's Day sentiment there. So let's see. This trying to make sure that it's fit on the back there in the right way, because it seems a bit strange. I guess, yeah, that's right. Just, it seems like it should be pressed on there more, but I guess that's all. And then this part here to kind of cap that there in the center. So there we go, there's all our skirt. I do like the design of that back skirt though, it's pretty cool. It's a big, massive flap there on the back. And the stored V-fin is pretty much hidden in there. It's still kind of weird that it's there, but that is in there. Now we can build the head. It must be full of hot air with all those vents. Yeah, they certainly cranked it up to 11 with the vents on this, yeah. Didn't they? Let's see, thanks for showing the build process. It looks sick. I wish I didn't hesitate on grabbing it. opted for the rescue kit instead. How long did it take you to prep the parts? It took a while. It took 2 sessions. Oh well, kind of 3. It took me 1 session to just cut out all the parts, 1 session to basically prep all the parts for the body minus the backpack and weapons, and then a third session for just prepping all the backpack and weapons parts. Clark, it is not an MG because it's not from Bandai, but it's basically like an MG. It's actually more like a high-res kit in that it has a pre-built inner frame. And the extra V-fin on the back skirt is actually a different style V-fin from the one that's actually on the head, as you guys will see here as we build the head here next. And you have a couple of different options for the head actually, how you want to choose the V-fin. I think like color options basically kind of, but I'm gonna go for whatever is used on the front of the box for the time being. This faceplate part, not wanting to stay in there. I want to make sure that that's pushed in all the way because I don't want that tiny little faceplate piece to come out somewhere along the line later and be lost. Also, you have I didn't notice this at all during the unboxing because it's such a tiny little piece, but you do have some pre-painting on this, and that the eyes are already pre-painted on there in a metallic green color. So I'm not sure how well you guys can see that. Probably a little bit. You guys can see it there. So yeah, I didn't notice that during the unboxing because it's such a tiny little bit, but the eyes are pre-printed on there for you, and they look really nice actually. So again, as I keep saying, it's a really nice looking kit just straight out the box even. So you're not gonna have to do much with this to really get it to be looking very cool. You got a tiny little camera piece, clear green part in there for the cameras on it as well. Make sure that that's pushed in all the way as well too. Okay. And let's see, our head parts also have these little bits. How does that, it's kind of, hang on, hard to see what that's looking like in the manual. What am I looking at here? I guess it's this one. Okay, yeah, that's right. It's little parts here in the head. What? That was right. I did have it right the first time. For making these little vent details in the back of the head. It's kind of similar a little bit to how the Astray has like the vents out the back of the side of the head as well too. It's kind of got that going on here. And no polycaps too, by the way. In case anyone was wondering, I know some people wonder about that. So no polycaps. Ah yes, and these couple of tiny little Vulcan parts, which I've not cut off the runner yet, but man, it's pretty cool. Nice looking. The face is very small. Pretty cool detail though on that. It does look really nice. A little bit of nub dust there. So let me see. Then this one is for the camera. I'll add the Vulcan parts here in just a second. I need to cut those off the runner. And another kind of issue with the manual is that it doesn't clearly show you how to put on this part. There's this one part here. Hang on, I'll show you. So it has you build the V-fin there, like with that part, and then it shows you connecting that onto here. But there is also this part which you build, which it doesn't really show you what to do with that actually. But as far as I can tell, I think then that goes into here like that, and then if you wanted to use this V-fin stored up in the back skirt there, you would use this like that. I'll show you guys what this will look like. I'm gonna then take this back off again, but so it doesn't really show you how to make this, or at least as far as I've seen in the manual. Maybe I missed it somewhere, but it doesn't really show you how to make that, but you can make it like that if you wanted to, with the red and yellow V-fin, kind of more traditional kind of looking V-fin. But so you have the parts to make it like that if you preferred, but I do not prefer. I like this kind of more different design they went with here for this big massive V-fin with a big clear part on it. It again just looks more unique than your standard Gundam kit. And I need to put in the Vulcan parts here. Tiny little pieces. I didn't cut these entirely off ahead of time because I knew they would just kind of get lost. Kind of like how I just dropped one right now and I don't know where it went. Where did that go? Oh no! Where'd it go? Oh, here it is. Dang, came all the way over here. Yeah, be very careful with that. What's a good substitute for a panel line cleaner? Lighter fluid? Lighter fluid is what I usually use for panel line cleanup. Super tiny. Alex, you would be really loving this part of the build, right? Alex hates little tiny parts. And the kind of shit part is that once these are in, they're kind of almost completely hidden by the V-fin, but they're there anyway, and as separate parts, so that's cool. You got those in, and slap this massive kind of Barbatos style looking V-fin almost on there. And those Vulcans are pretty much hidden and kind of useless because now the Vulcans, if they fired, they would just fire right into the V-fin, but they're there anyway. If you had the other different V-fin style on there, that wouldn't be so much the case, so I guess it just depends. Now, I can see what you guys mean about being careful with the neck, because I am nervous now because I said about the neck feeling like a little bit kind of seems like it very easily be broken, so I'm very nervous about that now, but there it is. Very cool. Alright. Arturo, I'll notice you, but I will not approve of the baby talk. Alright. The face looks like he's crying. I guess so. Alright, now for the legs, which are pretty standard. Nothing really too crazy going on with the legs here. Once again though, some nice vent detail. Naturally. Legs. So Alright, so once again, let me just kind of work the frame a little bit, make sure everything's moving. So you got some kind of a little bit of cleanup might want to do here on the plastic. For the most part, all like the gates on the plastic sections do seem pretty well taken care of. But still, again, just kind of make sure you move everything around first ahead of time, just so there are no surprises once you get all the armor on there. But everything looks pretty good. So let's get cracking. This one goes on the top here first. Like that, I guess. And our thigh piece, front and back. So see, without having to build up the inner frame, construction of the legs I think is going to be pretty quick because you're kind of just like straight into it with the armor pieces on there. There you go, and no like sliding gimmick with that thigh armor piece there anyway. On the back here, let's see. Where's that piece? Q24, which should be a gray piece, I believe. Hang on, let me check. I don't know if we have another missing piece here. Q was what color? Red. Pure red. Okay, so let me see. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Sorry. Yes. Red goes onto there, but it actually won't fit onto there without this part in between, so we're going to put this gray part in here first. Some of it looks, Ben said, looks Freedom 2.0-esque. Yes, yeah, that was my, that's kind of the closest thing I would compare it to as well too, is the Freedom 2.0 thing, just in terms of like just the detail and edginess of the design is very similar to the Freedom 2.0, I would say as well too. So there's that vent there in the back of the leg. And although people have been saying that they think the design is very much sort of based on the Forbidden Gundam, I'm not seeing that quite so much. You know, and I know the design is not like based on the Freedom Gundam either, but yeah, just the kit itself just reminds me so much more of the Master Grade Freedom. Here we go. Wait, wait. Come on. There you are. Why are you guys talking about Ron Howard? Ron Online is posting? What are you talking about? Have you seen Zero Gravity Studios' latest announcement? Kit Blood Blade. I'm not sure. I saw there was one that was, I guess, not going to be a kit, but going to be like just a middle build kind of figure. That was like red and had I don't know, some kind of wild design going on. I saw some pictures of that. Yeah, I think maybe that's what you're talking about. Kind of odd that this little circle piece is not center. Seems like it's supposed to be. But it looks slightly off center, which is strange. Alright, there we go. Oh, there we go. Seemed like that was not all the way on there. Now it is. Then I got these parts on here. Sides of the lower leg, there and there. And these like that. Ooh. Lucky that I got that on the first try. Left and right side parts that it's kind of, at a glance, it's hard to tell in the manual, but I managed to grab the right one straight away. That goes on there. That. Again, some really nice color separation though with all the gray frame parts, and you actually have two-tone gray, and I guess if you include the pre-built frame, there's like 3-4 tone gray kind of going on with all the inner frame and everything, so it does look really nice. All the different colors of frame kind of poking out throughout the frame and through the armor and everything. It looks really nice. Now our knee, which is pretty substantial. That goes on there like that. And these side parts on here. Like that. And once again, a gray piece for another vent here on the knee. No red piece for this one, interestingly though. Just the gray one. And like that. Go. There's our knee. Can put that on. Then, so there's our leg, looking very cool, very beefy. Not very wide. It's pretty, thin from the front, but very kind of big when you look at it on the side profile. Oh, and I guess we were supposed to take off the foot or not. I guess it doesn't really show that, but so I think we can probably build this without taking the foot off. We'll find out here in a moment. Oops. It seems like that's lined up, but why is that not wanting to fit onto there? Let me just double check. Everything's all lined up. That looks right. Just gonna have to muscle it a little bit maybe to get this on there the right way. Yeah, it seems like the tolerance around the metal part there is a little bit tight. Because of the coated metal. But it's on there. Ouch. And a toe very sharp, scratching me there. Okay. And our side ankle bits here. And those are held together by this little part here on the front. That could be kind of dicey. You got these big, massive ankle armor pieces that are just held together by this little piece there in the front. That seems like that's probably going to be an issue. That section's probably going to be falling apart kind of easily, but that will plug onto the front here. Is that plugged on? Didn't really pop into place, but seems like it's there. So there you go. Very cool, and I like that the feet are kind of small too. I like kind of small, pointy feet. A lot of times, especially on a big, like massively bulky, detailed design like this, I think the small little feet on there look really nice. That's just me. Let's go ahead and pop that leg on there. And feels very nice and solid. So far, still missing that piece for the skirt armor though, so hopefully we can find that. But it's looking pretty cool so far. Not everything has to be an IBO reference, my god. Yeah, right. I get the sentiment on that. That a lot of things are comparable to IBO, it seems like, to the Barbatos. Alright. The edge, literally, yes, boom cannon, exactly, yes. The literal edginess of this kit. Scratching me up over here. You heard it here first. Zach don't like small feet, big feet folk. Take your business elsewhere. Yes, exactly, Chris. What's going on, Chris? Hadn't noticed you've been there in the chat. What is going on? Chris, I can only assume that you're going to be building one of these kits at some point. Is that correct? I mean, I know you're Mr. Resin and all, but this is, I mean, it's kind of basically like a plastic version of a resin kit, essentially. Or sort of is kind of the feeling, design-wise, of it that I get. So I assume this is probably going to be something that's in your queue. What is edgier, the Supernova Sandrock or this? Still the Supernova Sandrock. I mean, that thing is like stabbing you all over the place. It's just me, or the legs seem kind of long. The legs are a little bit long. The head is so, the face especially is so small. The head is not that small. The face is super small, so it's going to make kind of everything else look a bit larger. And the feet are kind of small too. So the legs do look quite massive in between. If I can find one, I was moving homes when this was released. Oh yes, Chris. Yeah. I'm sure you'll be able to get your hands on one. Rustbomb was saying that he thought it was a resin kit when he first heard of it. Yeah. I mean, if you first saw like the initial images of this, I can definitely understand why your first reaction may have been to think that it was a resin kit, because yeah, it certainly has that look, which I guess is cool, and that's probably the look that they were going for. I think like those companies that do make different resin kits and stuff, I think, you know, they have to know that resin kits aren't going to be as generally popular as the plastic kits, because a lot more people are more comfortable with just plastic kits. So if they can make something as a plastic kit that has more appeal to a wider audience, people are going to be a lot more interested in it. So they want to make a super cool design, but still make it accessible to a lot of people. So I can totally get why they would make a design like this, which looks like a resin kit, but is just not. Why is this piece not wanting to fit in there quite right? Kind of no reason, so. Alright. I asked Adam to hold one, but who knows if he remembers my name and his busy. Yeah, Adam, I mean, yeah, good luck. I don't know. I couldn't say. Certainly he's got no shortage of things to think about day to day, so. Have to be a bit forgiving, I can understand. Gundam Age 2 Magnum with seed reference. Yeah, that's the other thing. Yes, that's a good point. I think it's just the color scheme basically is very reminiscent of the Age 2 Magnum as well too. Yeah, I was getting that sense as well. I'm just kind of foregoing looking at the instructions here for the second leg because it's kind of simple enough. After building one, I'm very confident I can build the second one without having to check the instructions. So that's the kind of, I mean, having a pre-built inner frame is nice-ish, I guess. Certainly saves you time if you're worried about that while you're building your kit. But I don't know. Honestly, I don't really like pre-built inner frames. I don't really like it in Kotobukiya kits on the older frame arms kits that had the pre-built inner frame. I like that in their newer kits it doesn't come pre-built anymore. I think it's better. And with Bandai kits so far, I think with the only thing that I've built with pre-built inner frames is maybe just the high-res wing kit, I guess. And yeah, that one as well too. Didn't really like that being a pre-built inner frame either. RG kits to an extent, it depends on which RG kits, but certainly the older ones, I mean, had the same kind of thing too, right? That was kind of like a big feature of the earlier RG kits, is the mostly pre-built kind of inner frame that you just kind of put together the sections of after you build up the stuff around it. But personally, yeah, just not really a fan. I'd rather just build it up myself. Does the manual come with English? Delete Titan. Is there any English in it? No, not really. Yeah, I mean, no. There's not really much English, but there's not much text in it at all, really, to be honest. So you don't really need any English. Yeah, this part for the back of the foot is a bit tricky. Yeah, and it's because of the tolerance of the metal. There we go. Anyway. Thickness score 1 to 10. Is that, you mean that like in the meme sense of thickness? I mean, it's not that thick. I wouldn't go too high, but I mean 6 or 7. I mean, it's got some nice thickness to it, but it's not like a thick boy by any means. Oopsies, forgot to put this little part in there, but I think I can get away with adding this in later. This is going to be a little bit kind of tricky. There we go, that's fine. Crisis averted. Then this one, and let's see. Yeah. Alright. Okay. So, yeah, pretty easy peasy on the legs, and I'm expecting the arm's going to be pretty much the same. As I mentioned earlier, while like the backpack is, as you guys will see once we get to that, the backpack is very complicated in a lot of parts, but generally the main kind of mobile suit, I guess we'll call it for lack of a better term, not technically a mobile suit. I mean, basically, if you build master grades, I mean, the construction of it is going to be pretty familiar. It goes together, like the armor pieces and everything all fit on there as a pretty standard kind of master grade way. So, putting this kit together, I'm finding it's pretty familiar for the most part. It's nothing really too surprising. It's a bit weird with the pre-built inner frame, and especially the weight of it makes it feel, it's a bit of like a not uncomfortable, but it's an unusual feeling how heavy these sections are because of the weight of that, but there you go. John Chan, fast build. Yeah, I mean, it's coming to... what are we at now? Hour and a half so far. So, I mean, it's coming together. I think it's probably going to take us probably like an hour to build the backpack. So we still have a little way to go. Hopefully not that long in all actuality, but I think the backpack is going to take a while. But thankfully I mean, it's like with the arms and legs, it's where you build one and the first one takes a little while. The second one takes like half the amount of time because you already built one. You can put together the second one pretty easily. But I've got all the parts all together, so I won't build them one and then the other. I'll build them both at the same time. Alright. Arm. First, though. First things first. Arm. A little off topic, gonna start streaming Gunpla builds on Twitch. Do you use Streamlabs, OBS, or something else? I do, Michael, but I'm on a MacBook here, and it's not really meant for Mac. I'm a part of the Mac beta. There's like a Mac beta test group, and I emailed them to ask about it or something anyway, and I got an invitation to the Mac beta test group on Discord, but I don't pay any attention to it. I haven't really looked into it any further, so I know there is like a Mac beta, I guess, that you can use that has more options obviously than what you have. If you're a Mac user and you've ever like looked into using it, you know there's not a whole lot of stuff that you can really do with it, unfortunately. Streamlabs is fantastic for streaming with a PC, not so much with Mac. Yeah. Boom cannon, yes, exactly. Like I was saying, the ankle armor do seem like those are probably going to be a problem area. Yeah, they're not really held on there by much. And they're quite large and sticking out, so I think those are probably going to, as you're moving stuff around, they're going to get caught on stuff and they're going to be falling apart probably, I think. But that seems like the only weak point so far, to be fair. So it does seem like it's going to be a weak point, but amongst not very many of them, doesn't seem like it's going to be too big of an issue. There's a new MG Dom that Bandai just announced. What do you think of it? Well, it's not necessarily just announced. It was announced a couple months ago. But yeah, there's the 1.5 version of the Dom coming out. Yeah, I'm excited for it. I like the Dom. So that'll be nice. It's basically using the parts that they made new for the Dwaj and then kind of reincorporating those back into the Dom. So yeah, it'll be nice. Have they actually given a price and release date set for that yet? I've not noticed, but I assume that's probably coming out in the summer, I guess. Albino Nemo said you broke the side skirts. Oh, something broke on yours? Yeah, well, so apparently I've got one of the side skirt pieces missing at the moment. Let me see, is it in here? Oh yeah. Sorry, I'm right next to the mic. That was probably super loud. I found it. It was in the adjacent compartment there. Alright, that's good. Phew. I was a little bit nervous that I had somehow misplaced the part or something like that, but fortunately, it was right nearby. Still don't have an MG Dom Troppin. Yeah, still no MG Dom Troppin. That would be nice. With the new 1.5 version of the Dom coming out, I think it's very possible we could see some more P-Bandai variations of the Dom coming out. It's kind of interesting that the variations came out first, in that we had the Dwaj and the Dwaj Kai coming out, and now we're getting the standard Dom. But I think they could go back again and make a couple more variants as well too, like the Dom Troppin for example. Yeah, I think that's very possible. I mean, the dump trucking would be cool, definitely. I would also like to see like a, what's it, like the desert test type or something, whatever, the MSV one. I mean, with the Dodge and the Dodge Kai are already kind of MSV designs anyway, right? So if they just kind of keep doing more MSV stuff, it would be very cool. Alright, so glad we found that piece. Now I can rest at ease and move on with this shoulder construction. Where is the shoulder piece? There it is. I was looking for a white piece and it's a gray one. Let's see, good plastic quality and no fitting issues yet. Yes, so far, for the most part, yeah. A couple little bumps along the way, but nothing, certainly nothing with this kit to the point where I would say I'm hesitant to recommend it. It's certainly not the case. So far, I would still give this my full recommendation. That said, where is this little piece that I'm looking for? This one. Just the part and the color separation is just really good. If nothing else, just like the color separation of everything is like on par with the best of whatever Bandai's done, like their best like color separated kits. Like the Freedom 2.0, something like that, for example. Which I don't even know if I would put that as like their best example, but just like the first thing that comes to mind is kind of similar. Oh, and while I've got nearly 300 of you here, I'll give you another heads up that this week, just make sure you're following the USA Gundam TV channel and subscribe to there. We're going to be announcing the next build contest. It's going to be a USA Gundam Store contest, and so I'll be announcing that for you guys on the next live stream. Adam and I be on there on the USA Gundam TV channel. So make sure you're subscribed, following that channel as well too. We'll have more info on the next contest, which should be pretty fun. And I don't know if he's still in here, but I know one of the guest judges is in here, or was in here a little bit earlier. So we got some really cool guest judges lined up for that as well too. This piece, okay, I was just talking about how I wasn't having any fitting issues, but now I am. Now I am suddenly having some fitting issues with this little piece here for the side vent on the shoulder. I think it's just not pushed in here all the way. Yeah, let me see. Okay, once we get a couple more parts on there, maybe it's going to be a little bit better held in. But at the moment, it's seeming like it's going to be a bit of an issue. It's never fun. And then the problem is I can't find the piece I'm looking for. Here it is. Never fun when you've got a piece that doesn't stay where you want it to stay. But let me see. Yeah, I think it's gonna be a problem. It's gonna be a kit. It's a figure. Yeah. Yes, as we were talking about, someone asked before about the next kit in line from Zero Gravity. Yeah, it seems like it's a figure, right? Not a kit, unfortunately. All right, what's the deal now here with this part? Because that seems like that is not the right part, or what? Yeah, oops. Okay. Got this part here for the shoulder, and this part here for the forearm that were very confusing. They look like so similar in their design. One's for the shoulder, one's for the forearms. Make sure you're paying attention to what you're doing. I was trying to put this back part into the forearm piece and it was not fitting. I'm thinking, what's going on here? But that's why. So let's see. That goes on the side here. It's be easier to connect into here first. That, there we go. And this part. When did that happen? Somewhere along the lines we connected these parts together, and it's, again, not very clear in the manual. So there's a couple parts, I've noticed this now a couple times. There's a couple of sections in the manual where it's not very clear. I think, you know, if you just give it a couple seconds of thought, you figure it out pretty quick. But there are a couple of points in the menu where you might scratch your head for a moment, where it just kind of skips over some construction. So basically, it's not holding your hand through the entire process, which is maybe jarring for people coming from a Bandai kit, whereas the manuals are very clear about everything. There's a couple bits in here that you might have to figure out, but it's pretty simple enough. Yeah, the shoulder armor design reminds me a lot of the Freedom Gundam too. And it's quite big, actually. Quite bulky shoulder part, very wide, deep. And this little vent part here is not wanting to stay on there. So that's trouble. So yeah, this is the first part so far that is giving me difficulties of not wanting to stay in place. Now I'm gonna trim this down. There's like less than half a millimeter. Yeah, it's like a completely inconsequential amount of nub on that. That's like not super clean. I'm sure is not the issue, but just to be completely sure, make sure that's cleaned up as tight as possible. Otherwise, don't see why this part wouldn't fit on there perfectly, as everything seems to check out. There's nothing that should be getting in the way of that, but yeah, for some reason it just doesn't want to stick on there quite right. So that's weird. Why? Yeah, strange. Okay, well, for now I'm gonna set that aside. Let me try. Sometimes building it the second time can make it clear what the issue is. So we'll see. Maybe building the second shoulder armor will make me realize what I'm doing wrong. The second one will go together completely fine, and I'll realize, oh yeah, because X. Could be the case. So let's just stick that aside for the moment, and we'll come back to that and see if it's still an issue on the second shoulder armor or not. And okay. So some actual exposed metal of the frame on this part of the build, actually to here too. Shoot. Keep wanting to put these side parts on. There's a couple of parts you have to put on here first, ahead of time. does that fit on there? Oy. This other teeny tiny little part on here that has to go between the arm sections. I think like that. No, not like that. Ooh, gonna be tricky here. Maybe if I bend the elbow, it'll be easier. Oh no, it's bending the opposite way. This is the front. Okay, let's try it a different way. Stick that in here first. It's not meant to go in there first like that, but I might be able to put it in. There's this little part that kind of fits over the inner frame, but it's kind of hard to get it onto where it needs to go. Like that, there we go. That was a little bit easier. Anyway, that's better. And a little bit of nub on that metal part. Hopefully I don't have to try to cut that off of there. Hopefully that's not in the way of anything. And this part will fit over the back. There, like so. Okay, our bicep parts, somehow I missed putting these on. There we go. Alright. So, a question for everyone: what series do you want to be remastered in order for new kits? Boom Cannon, a remastered series for new kits? If the point was for new kits, I mean, I guess like 0083, I guess, because those master grades could all use a update. G Gundam definitely, because we just don't have enough G Gundam kits in general. Yeah, G Gundam. Could certainly use some more of those. We don't have very many of them, and most of the ones we have from G Gundam could also use an update, yeah. Let's see. This little clear green piece, I'm trying to make sure. Put that in the right way as well too. It goes like that. Seems pretty tight in there as well too. Again, okay, good. I was worried that clear green piece would not be very tight in there, and I'd be worried about it falling out, but seems pretty good. And then this whole kind of gauntlet part here, so that will fit up under here. And these side parts fit around that. And this interior piece here, giving you plenty of frame. And then that should just then stick right onto here. Is that right? And it's the other side. Like that. There you go. So this section of like the forearm kind of gauntlet part is on a separate ball joint from the forearm, so this will kind of all move around a little bit there as well too, which is very nice. And the hands is like a whole page at the back of the manual for building all your hands, because there's a lot of them. I only pulled out so far just the parts just for making the closed fists at the moment. The rest of the hands I'll have to just build up later ahead of the review, but for the time being I'll save you guys from watching me build like 8 hands. Here, let's see, hang on, let me just make sure I'm putting this together all right. So that goes on there. Yeah, I'm sure this is right. Oh, just that it should pop down into place. Come on, just pop. There we go. So at least I know that it's a very strong connection with the fingers. A lot of times, you know, you might have the case where the fingers pop out of the hands very easily and it's kind of annoying, but in this case seems to be that I've got the wrong hand here for one, so I'll have to stick this to the side for the moment. I built up the right side first, but let's just go ahead and pop this on. We'll add the hand in a moment, I guess. Put that on here. Yeah, so yeah, pretty big shoulders. Let's see, and grab our other. Well, that's not it. The right hand cover part. Antonio, how close is he to finishing this kit? I mean, for the body, we're pretty close to being finished. I just have the one arm left, but there's still a lot of backpack to build. So we still got a little ways. I'd rather have an RE100 Kshatriya than an MG. Yeah, kind of me too. As far as the Kshatriya goes, I would be very fine if it was just an RE100 kit and not an MG. So an MG would certainly have some cool gimmicks to it, but it would just be so much more expensive. And complicated, overly complicated, and it would just be kind of, I think, to the point where it would be complicated to the point where it would have problems, I would think. Weight issues and whatnot. There we go, there's the proper hand for that side anyway. Damn it! I got the wrong. Somehow I messed up the hands. Got the wrong finger parts on there. Shit. That's weird. Yeah, that is wrong, isn't it? Try this again. I had the finger parts wrong, so it was weird. That's better. It's still like a tight fit to get the fingers in place in the hand, which is good. Again, so you won't worry about the fingers coming out, which is nice. And they are so just like full hands. You build just a full set of hands, so you just swap out the entire hand rather than swapping out the fingers, which again I prefer. Some people have different preferences on that, so it may not be what you prefer. But I like that it's just the fully swappable hands. Alright, other bicep piece. And forearm piece. And this little piece will stick in there. Gently get that in. Like that. So much more easier the second time around. Where is my tiny little clear green piece is the problem. Did it also migrate to somewhere else? I'm worried. I think it... The other little clear green piece, I think, jumped ship to another part of the box there, so we'll have to find that later. Let me see if I can figure out a better way to put this part together so that will fit the way it's supposed to in the shoulder. It fits around there totally fine. So it's not a problem with the red part. Yeah, I think I just don't have something pushed together all the way. Yeah. Yeah. See, yeah, second time building the shoulder part, that part's fitting on there fine. So I think on the first one I don't have something pushed together totally all the way. So let me go ahead and fix that other shoulder here. Make sure, let's see if I can fix this without taking this completely apart. I think I probably need to take this apart a little bit here. So in the interest of not getting anything mixed up, move those parts aside for the moment. And take this out, take this out. Yeah, that part's not pushed in there all the way. That's the problem. And it's not wanting to go in there any further. Come on. There you go. And in you go. It should fit now. Yep, there you go. Phew! That's much better. Okay, now to put this back together. This one here. That there. So yeah, if you ever have that problem where something's not fitting quite right, don't rush to conclusions or rush to start freaking out. Sometimes it just takes you a minute to figure it out, and it's probably your own error. So I think a lot of times when I see people, either sending me questions about builds or like posting about builds online, and they'll saying like talking about fitting issues, or like I couldn't. They're building whatever such and such kit, and like I couldn't get this part. No matter what I did, I couldn't get this part to stay together. It was just not working. Whatever. I think 99% of the time it's our own error. So you just have to, and as you can see, same thing happened to me there. So you just have to take a step back and try again. It's probably your own fault why something's not fitting together properly. Alright, so there's that. Arm is done. Now back to the shoulder. As we were saying, with that, let me see. Again, should probably check the manual, but just freestyling it here, hoping for the best. Because I know that part fits on there. No mistake, the plastic quality, filament, metal frame, top tier quality. Yeah. I mean, some very minor things, but I mean, like, very, very minor. For the most part, yes, the plastic quality does, I mean, overall quality, not just plastic quality, but the quality of everything, does seem very good. So yeah, quality-wise, no complaints from me. I would prefer not metal and not a pre-built inner frame. I would prefer just a full plastic, build-it-yourself inner frame. But barring that, yeah, I am quite satisfied with this so far. Oops, don't forget this piece. Yeah, I had to push these parts together, but it's like a peg sticking out on both sides, so it's stabbing my hand. Ah, I forgot this part on the inside of that, didn't I? The inside of here. Why didn't you guys tell me I left that part out? Zach, do you have any interest on the Ava frame? What's the Ava frame? I mean, I assume it's something Evangelion related, but I don't know what Ava frame is. Oh, yeah, okay, sorry. Yeah, that's the G-frame Ava kit figures. Yeah, right? Like the Gundam G-frame ones, but with Ava. No, not really. I think they look pretty bad, to be honest. I think the Evangelion designs don't really suit that that style very well for those kind of like kit figures, candy toy kits, kind of basically. Even the Gundam ones, a lot of them don't really look good. But yeah, Evangelion's, yeah, definitely, I think not the right choice for those designs. So there we have it. The main body is entirely done, and now we can start the very tedious backpack build, which is going to probably take a very long time just on its own. So let me just take a break for a minute here. Let me step away, fall into the bathroom, be right back, and then we'll build the backpack section. So hang on, guys. Okay, here we are, back at it. Ah. Let's see. Trying to just check what you guys are talking about there in the chat, but yes, let's move on to the backpack. Yes, because there is a lot to build, and I think it's going to be kind of hectic, as I've got like all the parts just all thrown in together. So there's going to be a lot of, where's that part I'm looking for? Sorry, but there was kind of no other like good way for me to organize this without using a second box of parts. So you guys will see here. There's just a lot of stuff. I've got mixed in here as well too. A couple of the weapons parts as well too. Some of the larger weapons parts didn't fit in my other section there. Zach, how have you been doing? Fatty wants a cookie. I've been good, man. Thank you. It was Chinese New Year holiday here, even though I'm in Korea. We still celebrate Chinese New Year. We just don't call it Chinese New Year. It's just New Year's. And there's that clear piece for the forearm that I was looking for. But yeah, we had a nice holiday here. Just kind of hung out with the family, obviously my Korean family. Here, wife's family, in-laws. They're cool people. So, we had fun just hanging out. My son got a cold. So, yesterday I was actually at home with him. I didn't come into the office yesterday. I was just staying at home with my son because he had a cold, so he couldn't go to his kind of preschool. But he's okay. And yeah, I'm happy USA Gundam Store is going in on third-party kits. Yeah, Ron. I mean, I as a part of USA Gundam Store, but I wasn't a part of, I guess, the store at the time. But USA Gundam Store, I mean, it did used to have a lot of third-party kits as well too, I think, at a time, or it was at least dealing with them more. But we just kind of weren't for a while. And I think just because there was not a lot of stuff coming out that we were able to carry. We can't carry anything that's like a straight one-to-one copy, like a Daban copy of like a Masquerade Salesweaver car or something like that. Obviously, you can't carry that stuff. I mean, I can't speak for Adam, but I can assume that we would both agree that we wouldn't want to carry that kind of stuff anyway. But stuff like this, where it's original, or if it's just like a custom set or something, like an add-on set or something like that for a Bandai Gundam kit, or a conversion kit or something like that, then the unofficial stuff, I think we both probably agree that we're fine with that. Unofficial things, as long as they're, you know, new designs or are just add-on to existing kits. Like, you have to have the Bandai kit in order to do anything with it. So there we go. That's all the parts for just the backpack. Yeah. And actually not all the backpack, because I mean we already kind of built the center part of the backpack there already. But a lot of parts there. So let me get some of these larger ones kind of up and out of the way. So yeah, I can find the parts that I'm looking for. Here. And there's quite a range as well too. Some much larger parts and a lot of little tiny little parts in there as well too. Oops, sorry about that. Is there a Bandai weapons pack with the Death Scythe in it? No, Billy Nye, as far as I understand the question you're asking. No, there's no like just weapon set that you can buy that like has a scythe type weapon. Oh, and I forgot, over here I did actually have to put some other parts in a separate bag because they wouldn't fit into my box, but there's some more parts here for the backpack. Sorry. There's more. Yeah, they didn't fit all together in my box, so again, some of these larger parts I just kept out separately. Alright, let's get down to the biz. Okay. But wait, there's more. Exactly. So, okay, I know it's gonna be kind of hard to see. But, yeah, good, we just have to bear with me. Building this section. Again, I'm just kind of throwing some of these larger parts out of the way so it's a bit easier to see all the little parts and everything. Anywho, alright, so first couple of things we need are yellow parts, which are fortunately easy to find. Tiny little, these little yellow parts in here, which are really only there to give you this tiny little bit of yellow, which is almost not even able to see. There's a little bit more yellow over here showing, but I think that's going to get covered up. Really all this is there for is just to give you that tiny little, super tiny little bit of yellow that's sticking out there. And then, not that one. How is it not that one actually? I think it must be this piece here. Ooh, okay. So that's in a track. This connection piece is a little tracker that will slide up and down. Interesting. Okay. And then this piece over the top of that. Okay, following you so far. Then these couple pieces on the top, which I'm not sure if these are the right pieces in fact. I don't think they are. But so far, very cool. And so there's like a back piece to like inside where this part, like I said, slides up and down on a track. Got some nice detail up in behind that part. Okay, and then on the top of there, you got a couple of these little vent parts, which I think are these ones right here. Yeah, there's a little L-shaped bit to it. So far, I got my eagle eyes on. I'm actually able to be finding the parts that I'm looking for without too much trouble so far. Feeling pretty good about that. Don't want to speak too soon though, as I just had this next part that I need. I just had it in my hand, and now where to go? Here it is. This one, which are gonna go here, and then the opposite of that, which goes over here. Here we are. Then, there you go. Trying to stretch my legs under there, but I've got my space heater. I'm not trying to put my feet right in front of the space heater. Start melting my shoes. Alright, then let's see. That kind of weird looking, funny shaped piece. Yeah, I do remember that. Where exactly does that go, though? In here? Ooh. I mean, there's just detail all over the place with this thing. In a good way. Not like, not as in like, the details all over the place as in like random and not good. But I mean that in a good way. There's detail all over. So much. Okay, where's the opposite of that other piece? Alright, now inevitably I am running into some trouble finding the piece that I'm looking for. There it is. It's gonna be hiding in there. There we go. And next, these ones. Just like that. And like that. This really reminds me, just in like kind of the, not for any particular reason, I guess, because it's not really very similar at all, but for some reason it's kind of reminding me a lot of the weapons carapace of the Gundam X. On Gundam X's backpack. Just maybe it's just in like it's this very detailed, big, flat design, kind of. Maybe kind of the only reason why it's reminding me of that. Otherwise, it's not very similar at all. And okay, then. Now that's all the parts that went into that section. Now we can finally close that up with the opposite side piece. Kind of the main sort of frame of our center part of the backpack here. Again, very cool. Did you just drop the kit and do one of those exploding things? Yeah, I'm filming one of those fancy review videos or fancy build videos where, yeah, it drop all the pieces and then, and then it's like made instantly or whatever. Anyway, or they do like stop motion, or how's that made? What do they do in those videos? They like build it and then drop the part and it explodes into all the pieces, right? Do one of those things. I've seen that in a couple of videos. Yeah, I get what you're talking about. Yeah, totally. I'm doing that, but in the super slow motion, where you guys watch it in real time, and then people watching later who are not watching it live can watch the video at 2 times speed on the playback, and then it'll be kind of a similar effect for them. Except, where's that piece? We'll call this section of the video the "Where's that piece?" section, because there's one that's a very unique looking piece that I'm sure would not be very easily confused with any other ones that are laying around here, but for some reason I can't find it. It's not that. Yeah, let me see. Might make it easier, possibly, if I know what color it is, but yeah, it's blue-gray. No, not very helpful. It's in like the secondary blue color, or a secondary gray color, and there's like basically like 3 different colors of gray, and it's in like the medium gray color. So not that helpful to know what color the part is. It's just a matter of finding it, but like I said, very uniquely shaped part, so it shouldn't be that hard to find. Can you guys see it? Is someone like shouting in the chat? It's right there. Look on your left. It's like Blue's Clues, but of looking for this part. It's just to give you guys a heads up. Maybe one of you guys can see it. This one. Can you see that? It's this kind of weird hexagonal kind of shaped piece. Like that. Seems like it'd be easy to find. Can't seem to locate it. Here it is. Ah, couldn't find it because it's smaller than I was expecting. See, again, I mentioned this earlier too. It's the sizing of how things look in the manual is throwing me off a bit, because there's been a couple times now where I kind of got confused because the way it looks in the manual, it looks a lot larger than what it does look like in reality. Okay, runner 02, that one must have been brown gray. Huh? Alright, so a little brown gray piece. Fortunately, the little clear part that goes inside of there I found straight away. I knew where that was. But the little brownish gray piece that this fits into is... where? This one? Yeah, again, not exactly brown gray. It's more of the lighter gray color. Ain't gonna be hard to get this clear part into there. That flew away. Might have to get out the tweezers. Oh, no, there we go. I got it. I got it. There you are. Success. That fits into there. Bingo. Okay. The multiple tones of gray on this kit definitely are very cool. Right. This one then fits over the top of that. Okay, that seemed a little bit too easy of a fit almost. That's making me a little bit worried. Then this one over the top of there. And where's the opposite? So again, just all the color separation on this is just pretty crazy. Very nice. This would be a serious pain to paint. Yeah, if you're planning on painting this, it's gonna take a while. What do you think about RG Kshatriya? No, thank you. I would not really like an RG Kshatriya. How do you remove nub marks from curved round surfaces without relieving stress marks? Gunpla Vapor. I mean, I don't know. I remove nub marks on curved parts is the same as I do on straight parts, really. So there's not really any trick to it. Just kind of carefully, I guess. You want to be careful on curved surfaces, of course, especially if you're using a knife to remove your nubs, or I guess anything, sandpaper, well, or especially sanding stick. Anything that could flatten the curve, I guess. So that section's done. Now on to the other section of the backpack. So yeah, you just want to be careful using anything that could flatten out your curved section. That is what you ideally want to avoid. So just takes a gentle touch. those parts in there. This one. Hit with the touch-up paint marker. Billy and I, no, I'm not going to use any paint marker on this. I was really thinking about, though, I mean, like, because this kit is the way it is, not doing a full paint job on it, and to be clear, I don't have plans to paint this anytime soon. But, like, I was thinking, like, not doing a full paint of this, but, like, just basically leaving it in like the bare plastic and just painting in some details and doing some panel lining, adding all the decals and everything on it, but leaving it mostly unpainted because it does look so nice straight out of the box. I was thinking about that, and I guess I sort of am kind of still thinking about that a little bit, but probably not very seriously, because I just do prefer to paint generally, but kind of could also go the route of not really wanting to fully paint the entire thing. Part should go on the inside of here, which looks like that. Yeah. I remember that part. I can't seem to find it. There's one, but it's the opposite piece. That goes with that one on the other side. Right? Where? There. Like that. Here we are. It's been a long time since I got in a Zakorelis live stream. What's going on? Glad you could make it, Azik. Remember me, Jason Verso. The name does not ring a bell. I'm sorry, but I'm really terrible with names, so please don't feel bad. Is that in there more? I feel like that should be. Hang on. Just trying to see if this vent part, I'm not sure if that's in there as far as it should be. Oh yeah, it is. Okay. It's kind of hard to tell, but in the right lighting I could see that it did look right, like that. Yeah, it is flush on the inside of there, so. Alrighty. What do you do with most of your Gunpla? Most of my Gunpla goes back into the box to await painting someday. But yeah. Obviously most of them are just going to stay there indefinitely. But if it's like a kit that I just really don't think I'm ever going to get around to paint or am ever going to want to paint, then I really resell or give them away or something like that, so it kind of depends. That of those. Let's see. Smaller one? Yep, there we go. I thought you were a teacher. Thought you were going back to the US. Is this what you were educated for, building models of little pedophilic anime girls? That's going to be your legacy. Yeah, BC, something like that. I mean, you pretty much nailed it right there on the head. Pretty astute observation there. I appreciate that. Yeah, no, I'm not a teacher anymore. I am doing this full time, and we are planning on moving back to the US, and later on this year. I'm definitely looking forward to, you know, being in the home country of people like you. It's gonna be a lot of fun, I think. My home country, I should say, and the fact that I, you know, am not necessarily excited about going back to my home country, I think probably says a lot. There are certain things I'm looking forward to, and we definitely have a good reason for going back that we're sticking with, but yeah, I'm not gonna say that I don't have my reservations about going back. I'm currently working on a kit bash, and I was wondering if you had any advice on how to attach magnets securely. Super glue, I think, is what people usually use for magnets. I haven't used magnets very extensively myself, just a little bit. But I think super glue is kind of generally what people use. Yeah. Stoicism kicking in. I mean, yeah, you're on YouTube for a few years. You've seen all types. People here in the States have gotten worse since the pandemic. Yeah, I mean, which is understandable. Pandemic related. I mean, it's got to be stressful, no doubt. It's been stressful here, and we've handled it pretty well here in Korea. But yeah, I mean, I'm tired of wearing masks everywhere we go, certainly. It's not fun. It's just a pain in the ass, but... let's see. Quick cement is good for magnets. Ah, yeah, there you go. Ethan said. You are Canadian, but you live in Korea at present? No, Wong, I'm American. I live in Korean. Yes, not Canadian. I can understand the confusion, though. I have not the first time I've been confused for a Canadian. I'm from Illinois, which is not like right next to Canada, but I feel like a kind of Midwest, you know, kind of Canadian vibes, I guess. It's understandable, the confusion there. Anyone inside quarantine here? Wow, how do you have all the parts already snipped, man? I did all the part snipping and nub removal and all that. I do all that ahead of time, so I don't need to bore you guys with doing all that on camera. It's probably already boring enough just watching me trying to look for the parts that I can't find. But man, I wasn't overselling it and saying that there's a lot of parts for the backpack, though, am I right? So we're still not even to like the binder parts. We're still on like the center part of the backpack. Where's the other wing bit? Anyway, we got these little tiny little details. Oh, hang on. Oh, there we go. These tiny little bits, which will sit inside here. I build model kits too, so I feel your pain. Let's see. Call me and share a video on your channel. In the last GBWC, there was a model diorama that had a girl supported in the air with only half chain connection to it. Do you know how that was done? That was done by Eric, I know. From... Shoot, where's Eric from? Not Singapore. I want to say China, I think. I could be wrong about that. I don't remember. Sorry, Eric. But really cool guy. And these tiny parts are really hard to get in here. But yeah, I don't know offhand how he did that, but I mean, I'm sure. I think he's done interviews. I'm not sure if it was in English or not, though. I'd have to look online. But Eric Yap. Shit. This is why I don't like using tweezers, because it's very easy to send the part flying into outer space if you're not holding it super carefully. But I hope you guys can see this. Like, there's this little gap here on these parts, and then you fill that with this tiny little sliver detail part that fits in there. This tiny little splinter of a part that you have to fit in there. See. Come on. Whew. All right. It's tough putting in those tiny little pieces. And there's one more. I saw it floating around here. Where to go? Come on. Where are you at? Let me just skip over that for the time being, and later on when I find it, I'll put it in. But for now, let's see. You got those on there, and this whole section then will fit onto here. All that extra work for color separation. Yeah, it's pretty crazy for the little bits of part separation, what you have to do with this. How was your finger so far as I'm building this kit? My fingers are okay. Yeah, sometimes when you have a lot of tight little parts and things like that, or very sharp parts, yeah, you're feeling the pain a little bit. Here it is. But so far, yeah, I'm doing okay with this one. Let's see, ever lost a part after searching an entire room, come back and sitting on your chair? Not exactly like that, but I've certainly lost a part like for a long time and couldn't find it. And it was like, this happened to me a couple of times back when I was still a teacher and I was building something like in my office, at my desk at my school. Like one time a part flew away and was lost, and I couldn't find it forever, and I finally found it. It had fallen into my backpack, which was like sitting next to me. So later I was like cleaning my backpack and I found it. Another time I had a part like fly way across the room. I don't even know how it flew so far, but it flew totally across the room, and it was like under a chair, or like under like a sofa kind of thing. So yeah, sometimes it happens. But so far, I don't think I've ever had a case where I completely lost a part. I lost it and I could never ever find it again. I don't think that's ever happened to me, fortunately. In the hundreds of kits that I've built, it's kind of miraculous. But I was wondering what you think of the plastic quality of the runner printing for this kit, especially. Yeah, Admiral. So far, everything seems very good, quality-wise. So yeah, no complaints. see. Then these. Where do these go exactly? I think like right here. These tiny little parts here on the corner of this. Like that. And that's not really gonna stay on there, that's the problem. Hang on. Yeah. Oh, there's the other one. So these tiny little corner pieces. There's one. And here's the other one. Yeah. Carpet room, of course. Yeah, I don't build anywhere where there's a carpet. Not like intentionally, it just so happens to be that there's no carpet in any places that I typically build. Not a lot of carpet in general here in Korea, and those of you guys who live in other parts of like Southeast Asia, you probably agree. I think most of Southeast Asia, you know, carpet's not really very common thing. It's more common in the West, North America and Europe. I think we use carpet a lot more, but so fortunately not a lot of carpet around to lose pieces in. Oh, and I did. Shit. I think I put that on backwards. Oh no! Ah! I think I did put that on backwards because this side is. Yeah, shoot. Man, why didn't they make this so that you just can't put it on backwards? Man, that's dumb. Come on. Alright, well, not gonna be too difficult, fortunately, to turn that around. If I can just get this part off of here. Why didn't they make that in a way so that you can't put it on the wrong way? Come on. I need my kits a little bit more idiot-proofed, please. Yeah, so long as I can pry this apart, then it shouldn't be too bad. Of course, I do have my part separator right there, but just opting for using tweezers instead, so that should be this way. No, not too bad. Hey! Where'd it go? This piece that doesn't want to stay on there. Come on. Come on, please. Just stay on there long enough for me to get this on here and get you snug. There! Kind of jolt is just popping that loose. Let me see. Oi. Okay, there we go. crisis averted. Well, crisis is not too bad of a crisis anyway. What do you use to split parts? Well, usually I would use a part separator, but some tweezers do come in handy sometimes for that as well too. Now that that's how that's supposed to be, now we can continue on here with this part like that. This part on that. This longer part on here. Definitely the edge on this backpack can cut you. So a lot of sharp points on here. Yep. Yeah, there you go. Kind of tricky to get that on there. Let's see. Hey Zach, was the nub mark are easy to remove? Hard to remove? Pretty easy. There was a lot of undergating, which I don't really like because it's more time consuming and unnecessary on a kit that's not plated. It's kind of unnecessary to have so much undergating, but there was a lot of undergating on a lot of the parts. Not everything, but certainly on like the armor parts, especially. It was like maybe like half undergated, so it took a little while. Let's see. Is there a kit where it doesn't have any skirt and ankle armor? Yeah, plenty. There's I don't know, I feel like I just built one recently. What was that? That didn't have any skirt armor. The Camphor, for one. The Camphor doesn't have any skirt armor. Kind of, or ankle armor, kind of, in the fact that it doesn't have like separate ankle armor like a Gundam typically has. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of undergating either. It's just like, unless it's a plated kit, then it's really just kind of more work. You got these little wing bits then sticking off of that, just to give you more stuff kind of sticking out everywhere to worry about. Got those, and then, well, not quite yet. I was going to say our main cinder part of the backpack is done, but not just yet. Still have these parts here to add on the side, and then we'll be done with the main part of our backpack. A couple other little spiky parts here on the side. What if you woke up on another dimension, all the plastic models turned into cement models? What would you do? What? Cement models? So you mean like statues or something? Or you mean like they just turned into like solid blocks of cement? I guess it'd be kind of the same thing, but it's an odd question and I don't really understand it. Do you still hate the Zuda's legs and feet and legs? Yes, I do. Worf, I do not like the Zuda's legs / feet at all. They're horrible, ugly. Okay, now on to the actual like binder parts of the backpack. And everything, like from here on out, basically everything is ×2, so that makes it somewhat easier. We'll move through the parts pretty quickly when everything's ×2. Gravel models. I don't get it. I think you guys are... I'll take some of what you guys are smoking. You have any thoughts about the RG Perfect Strike? That it's worth it? I'm not that big of a fan. My face? Your face have been blocked by the live text? I don't know what that you're talking about. I'm not that big of a fan of the Perfect Strike. The PG was cool to build, and that was fun, but generally I don't really like the Perfect Strike that much. So I mean the RG, I wouldn't really go for that. If you wanted a perfect grade strike but didn't want to get, or if you wanted a perfect strike but didn't want to go for the perfect grade version, then I think there's a P Bandai MG version as well there too, isn't there? I would probably go for that over the RG, personally. Dun, dun, dun. Let's see. That's like this. There should be. We're getting lower on the parts now that we have here, so these parts should be easier to find, but for some reason can't find the one that I'm looking for. Where is it? The one that looks like this, but it's the opposite side, the female side of this one. It's not that. I don't think. But I think it is. Yeah, the manual's wrong, I think. Yeah. This is the right part, but the manual shows it wrong. Because there's these parts here that fit together, and you can see, like, they're different, but in the manual they look the same. They look like they both have this kind of, like, crest on the top of there. But in reality, they don't both actually have that detail on there, so another instance of the manual being a little bit off. Let's see, what was that there in the chat? Sorry, someone had a question there. Farid, I won the HG ARC-72 Belong Global Glow in the Dark version on the 40th anniversary. Oh, nice. Were you just someone was just messaging me about that, and I'm realizing now that I forgot to reply to the message about that, but the best perfect strike in my opinion so far is the PG perfect strike, Vu said. Epion MGEX with dragon scale and bright LED lightsaber. I mean, I kind of doubt that, but I think the MG Epion is probably still well enough that they're not really too concerned about making any new MG version of the Epion anytime soon. It's another one of those kits where it looks cool. I'd like to build one someday, but I've never actually gotten around to picking one up. I think at this point, the new Gundam has the highest chance of MGEX. I mean, yeah, that's yeah, probably a fair guess. That's the highest chance. Certainly not the only one. I think so. It seems like it would make sense to me that it's some transforming kit probably in the future, like the Zeta or XS or something like that. We just had the double Zeta Verka fairly recently, so maybe not the double Zeta, but the Zeta. And the XS, I guess, also just came out fairly recently as well, too. The 1.5 version of that. Okay. So, I don't know. I just do not know where they're going to go with the MGEX line. We'll just have to wait and see. Whatever it is, I'm sure it'll be surprising. Everyone's gonna say, "Whoa, I did not see that coming." Unless it's a Zeta or an XS. And then you can all say, "Well, I did see that coming because Zach said it on his live stream months ago." So just remember that. MGEX Exia. Yeah, I've seen that said a lot as well too. MG Exia. And it sort of makes sense if you are considering like that they're making the new like the Dynamace and the Curios and the Virtue now, and instead of making like a 2.0 Exia, if they made it as a MGEX Exia, I do think that that could be possible. That would make sense to me, but then again, the things that make sense to us are certainly not always what makes sense to Bandai, apparently. So just because it seems like a very logical choice does not by any means guarantee that it's what's going to actually happen. So all these pieces coming together, except, oh, that one, yeah, it's right there. Okay, never mind. And we can put this together like that. I did have a broken peg on this part, so I guess I mentioned before I had one broken piece, but I lied. I forgot there's this one's broken as well too. This little tiny peg, you can see that white little dot there. There's a little peg that's supposed to be there that I guess just got broken off somewhere in the factory process. I think that peg got snapped off there. It shouldn't be a problem because I think whatever is holding that on there, there's another peg right nearby there, so I don't think that's going to be an issue, but we'll find out here shortly. MGX God Gundam, I would love that. I think that would also be a cool bet, but again, kind of no reason to think that it would be that. But I mean, if there's any way to predict what Bandai's gonna do, it's complete randomness. So I mean, it makes sense if you look at it that way. That would be a very out of nowhere thing for Bandai to just suddenly come out with. So, considering that point, the God Gundam is, just as viable an option as anything else. God Gundam with Lego parts. We've already been there, done that. Alright. So then on there. Okay, and here here's where we need these little guys, which I've not cut off the runner yet because again I was worried about these getting lost. And we only need 4 of them, but we've got 8, so you got extras. Just in case you were to lose any of these, that's good. Stick those in there. They should really update their treasure. Let's see. Wait. Wait a minute, I need to clean up the nubs on these tiny little yellow pieces very carefully to try not to send them flying across the room. Oi, oi, oi. Okay, sorry, come out of there. So when is your Treasure Part 3 coming up? Part 3 already came out. That was the arms. So Part 1 was like kind of the introduction, first kind of start of the work on the waist section. Part 2 was on the head, Part 3 was on the arms. It's already came out, so. Next part, I think I'll probably work on maybe the torso next. And that'll probably come out sometime later this week. I'm not planning on working on that today, I don't think. Oh, shit. Don't scare me like that. Hey, when something happens very fast, it makes me think that a part is just either broken or flying across the room. Yeah, I'm actually still kind of up in the air what I want to do this afternoon, what my plan is. So we'll maybe be finished with this here, I don't know, a little bit more. Still got a little bit left to do here on this, but then after that, the rest of the day, I was planning on working on something, either the treasure build or some other painted thing or something, but I don't know. I'm just kind of feeling kind of tired today, to be honest, so I think I need just sort of chilled out, just a snap building, I think, possibly, which is kind of what I'm doing now, I guess, but a snap building chilled out session where I'm not having to talk the entire time, I think would be good. As yeah, I don't know, I'm just feeling kind of tired at the moment. You got all these parts that fit into this to give you all this detailed color separation. It's crazy. Big Zam. I just wish they would get back to doing some more RE100 kits. I'm sad if the RE100 line has in fact died. Alright. So yeah, can you guys see? Sorry, maybe you couldn't see. But can you now see just how many parts are going onto this? To give it all this color separation, part separation of everything. Yeah, painting this kit is gonna be a big chore. Certainly not something that I would want to do at the moment. Someday, I mean, it'll certainly look pretty awesome when it's all painted, but man, in for a good amount of work. And there's more to be done on that, but for the time being, set that down. Work over here on the other one now. And this one here. Oh yeah. You guys talking about your Gunpla wish list there, it looks like, basically. I will say, no, I did that wrong. What about the other one? I did right. Okay, this one I did wrong. They're slightly different, these yellow pieces. I did grab a set of the entry grade Dragon Ball Z kits, the Goku and Vegeta entry grade kits, because I wanted to check them out. So we'll be doing reviews on those in the near future. But have any of you guys built those entry grade Dragon Ball Z kits? Yes? No? It's been going on longer than your usual stream. Yes, it has. It has longer than my usual stream because it's a pretty intense kit. It's sort of a bit like... it's not like building a perfect grade. It's still not like to that degree, but it's certainly like building a very complicated master grade. Especially just in the sense that some parts of the build were pretty familiar, but some parts are also kind of quite unique. But let's see, Dragon Ball kits, yes, Dragon Ball. Shame the entry grade kits don't have any articulation. I guess so, but I mean, I don't know. For the entry grade Gundam, it's got some really nice articulation, which is cool, but for the entry grade Dragon Ball Z kits, I don't really mind that they don't have a lot of articulation, because I think they probably look better without seeing a bunch of joints and stuff on them. You know what I mean? So I think it's probably for the best for the overall look that they don't have a lot of articulation. But it just depends on what you want. If you wanted versions that have more articulation, then you have the figurized kits, I guess. So if you want one that just is very cheap, simple, and doesn't have all that stuff, then I think that it's nice to have the entry grade kits as well too. But we'll see. I'll build them. There's an entry grade Doraemon. Yeah, entry grade Doraemon. I mean, the Poképla Quick series are basically entry grade. They're just not called entry grade. They're just called Poképla Quick, but they're very comparable to entry grade kits, basically. Even more simple than the regular Poképla even more simple than the regular Poképla kits, which are already pretty simple. Damn. Wilbo, thank you for the super chat there. What's your favorite Gundam series, and what's one of your favorite models? Also, I recommend getting a Kotobukiya Liger Zero. It's an oldie but a goodie. I've never built the regular Liger Zero, but I've built a couple of different Kotobukiya Liger kits. So yes, I can say with confidence that I do know those are great kits. I've built the Jaeger and the Schneider. And I have the Panzer as well too, I've just not built it yet, so I do need to build that sometime in the next couple months. Probably I'll try to get around to that. But favorite Gundam series? My favorite series, I have 3. Sorry to say, I can't narrow down to one, but I kind of like them all for different reasons as well too. So 8th MS Team, Unicorn, and Turn A. So I like Turn A because it's just a good anime series, not necessarily like a good Gundam series, because it doesn't really feel so much like a Gundam series as much as just an anime series which features Gundams. Unicorn I like as kind of among like UC kind of epic series. Like I'm on like First Gundam, Zeta, Double Zeta, Char's Counterattack. These UC epic stories like that. I like Unicorn the best, to be honest, among those. And 8th MS Team just as like a kind of, will probably be just in general my favorite Gundam series, I guess. But the other ones I do like quite a lot as well too, kind of for different reasons. But favorite model, I don't, that one's even harder to answer though, just because I don't really have a favorite model. I'm sorry to say. I just don't really think about my models in that way. I don't know. I guess like an easier question I think for me would be like to look at a model that I've built and see which ones I would want to build again would be a good way for me to determine if it's like one that still necessarily, I don't know, wouldn't be my favorite, but it would be, you know, that would certainly say something about the model, that it's so good that I wouldn't mind building it again. When among so many different options and things out there, that there's one that, rather than building something new, I could say, yeah, I could build that one again. Is there a kit that you think is overrated by the community? That's a good question. A question I don't think I've ever been asked before. Kit that I think is overrated by the community. Yes, I'm sure there is, if I can think about it for a minute. Well, let me answer this first, because I think there's certainly kits that I think the hate for the kits is way overrated. Like, for example, the MG Delta Plus gets a lot of unnecessary hate, I think. It's really not that bad of a kit at all. For one example, the MG Exia. Now, I will caveat this in that I've not ever built the MG Exia. I've built the Dark Matter, that's kind of the closest thing, and the Exia Avalanche, which I mean are both variants of that. But so often I see, anytime anyone says anything about the Exia, it's just immediately people saying, weak ankles, it's got terrible weak ankles, we need a 2.0 Exia. And I just have a really hard time believing that it's really that bad. Having built a couple of variants, you know, I can't say with too much certainty, but it just doesn't seem like that big of an issue. So I don't know where that, I mean, it must be common enough that people experience that, but I just don't see it being that common. What else kind of has a bad rap in the community? But I don't know, just to get back to the question, I guess, of what kits do I think is overhyped? I don't know. I'm sure there's something. Man, that's a tough one. Moon Gundam maybe? Because the Moon Gundam is an example of a kit that is like super good, but I mean, I don't know, it kind of got this reputation immediately of being like, it broke the mold on HG kits forever, and the world was never the same after the Moon Gundam. I mean, it's a super good kit, yeah, but I mean, like, I don't know. There's still... You still have to like it subjectively, like the design, and the design is a kind of odd one. I think that some people just subjectively just still won't like the design. So, I mean... Even though, like, engineering-wise, yeah, it's a super nice kit. And it's very nicely detailed and everything, so, I mean, it is very cool. I don't know. I don't know if I would say it's a kit that everyone must build. What do you guys think? You agree or disagree? Just out of curiosity, who is Zaku talking to? Huh? I'm talking to y'all. What do you mean who am I talking to? I'm answering. Someone asked a question about what do I think is a overrated kit. I'm answering a question in the chat. He's talking to everyone on YouTube. He's got almost 300 people watching the stream over there. Yeah. I mean, someone asking a question on Twitch. Sorry, I've got the Twitch chat here open as well too, but sorry, I'm not seeing it as much. It's intermixed. Are you planning on streaming your Gunpla builds? Okay, you guys are talking to Gunpla Vapor. Anyway, you guys are talking amongst each other. They're on Twitch, I can see. But yeah. Let's see. Have you ever heard of other Gundam review and custom channels like Megakatsu or Studio G? If so, what do you think? Of course, I've heard of them. I know, like any of the big channels like that. Of course, I know about them. I don't really know them personally, though. Those two, some other channel people I do know, but not that many. Like basically, not the ones that you named. Any of the other ones I've at least had some interaction with. I wouldn't say like we're close friends or anything, but like with Henry, Vegeta 8259, we used to talk, not that much recently, but we used to talk, and Jabman, Kakarot, I've had a couple of nice conversations with him. Again, like we don't talk all the time, but I've chatted with him a couple of times. Obviously, all the guys who were on Gunpla Talk, even though we don't do Gunpla Talk anymore these days, but they all have their own channels and, you know, don't post a lot, but Justin, Simon, Tim especially, those guys have their own stuff, and obviously friends with them. Let's see. Whew. All right, so we're making our way through here. Still chugging along. Ow. That seems like that must be this one here. Well, 12 hours later. Malumbo. Yeah, it's a lengthy build today. I was expecting it to take a while, but admittedly it is taking even longer than I expected, and I'm feeling quite hungry. It's almost 1 o'clock here, so I'm ready to get some lunch, but as soon as I'm done here, I'll do that. And yeah, like I was saying earlier, I'm not sure what my plan is for this afternoon, but I'm feeling like this kit's gonna be kind of wearing me out, that I might just kind of take a kind of chilled afternoon, just working on snap building something else for next review. Speaking of the next review though, actually the next review video, which is already recorded and I just need to edit and upload that, which is probably what I'll do later today as well too, is a review of the Armored Core 9-ball Seraph kit. So those of you guys who have been wanting more Armored Core coverage, got some more Armored Core stuff on the way. Well, just one more Armored Core stuff. It's that review, and I don't really plan on doing any more other Armored Core stuff after that, really, to be honest. But at least that one is on the way, so that'll be the next review. After that, I don't know, there's this, obviously. I also have the Hasegawa Shubu. These little guys I already have all put together. I need to just record the review for those. And if you guys follow me on Twitter, I posted pictures of these, the front mission kits. Built those up over the past weekend as well too. A set of 4 little front mission kits. I posted pictures of them on Twitter, so check that out if you're interested. But got those built up. Need to review the Arachne kit, which we live built last week. The Attack Girls kit. There we go. So that's just a kind of heads up as for what's coming review wise. Getting it narrowed down here a little bit. It's not so many parts here still left. Hmm? Hmm. And there will be a couple other live streams. We'll have a new episode of Plama No Trend. Josh and I will be live, I think Thursday afternoon, we're planning on, our time here on this side of the world. So for those of you guys in America, I'm sorry, that's like the middle of the early morning for you guys, so probably won't be able to watch it live, most of you watching from the US, but you can watch the playback later. And then yeah, a couple other, one more live stream build working on the Machine Krieger Dachshund, which I probably will do maybe Thursday morning, and then we'll be live with Josh again Thursday afternoon. Happy Booger said, I've always been curious, what's the meaning of the circle tattoos on your arm? It's the Tree of Life, the Sephiroth, not Sephiroth, not the Final Fantasy character. If it's like old Jewish mysticism symbol. I'm not Jewish or religious by any means, but just the symbol itself has a lot of interesting meaning to it, even if you take away the religious aspect. So that's the source of that. Okay. How was your holiday, Zach? Fareed, my holiday was good. Yeah, pretty chill. Just kind of hung out. Got some good time in playing Genshin Impact. Still enjoying that. I did not really enjoy that kind of recent challenge of where you had to go around to like take pictures of stuff. I didn't really bother. I kind of tried at first, and then I was like, nah, I'm just not really bothered with this. So kind of gave up on that. But still enjoying that generally. Again, if you follow me on Twitter, I got, I don't remember the character's name. I got a new character and I shared it on Twitter, but I have not used her at all, really. The Lantern Festival. Yeah, the Lantern Festival I've not been able to take part in because there's like a story mission along. I guess I'm like behind in the story missions. I'm not far enough along to be able to do that. So that kind of sucks for me. But what's the character that I got? No, I did not get Jiao. I got the fire character, the girl with the guitar. Really not a fan of her English voice acting though. When I first heard the voice, just thought, yo, that does not match. Does not match what I was expecting the voice to sound like. I was very surprised. But yeah, I posted about that on Twitter, and I asked like, what do you guys think about this character? Is she good? Should I use her or not? But basically, like, based on the team that I already am using, seems like the general consensus of what people were saying, and by my own estimation, I don't think I'm gonna really use her. People are saying she's kind of alright for her use of shields, but like for a fire character, I already have Diluc, and I already have shields from both Diona and Noelle, so I kind of don't really need a shield anyway, either. Diona and Noelle both have shields and healing capabilities as well too, so they kind of round out the defense and healing side of my team, and then I have Razor and Diluc for like the offense side. Alright. I do really like what's her name? The other Geo female character who creates the barriers that protects you from ranged weapons. I do like using that character because I like her attacks are pretty cool and everything, and I like that while you've got her in the team, you can see where all the around on the map, you can see where all the rock material is, gems and stuff, ore. That's kind of useful, I guess, if you're looking for that stuff. But I don't know, maybe I just not gotten her up to a level where she's very strong, because I like using her, but she's just not really very good in a fight at this point for me. Yeah, Ningguang. Yeah, I'm sure I'm not pronouncing that correctly, yeah, but yes. Cool character, just not really viable on my team yet, really, so much at this point. But I am feeling I've been using like kind of basically the same team for a while now, and I am feeling a little bit bored, or that I want to use some different characters, kind of a little bit. So I may sort of start working on a B team, but I just also don't really have. I think I have like enough like level up materials and things to get them to like a good level, but it's the artifacts that I don't really have. I don't know, enough like really good high level artifacts to support 2 full teams, or even, I guess, I don't know, like 6 or 7 characters to be able to spread out like over a couple teams. Geo Mama. Yes, exactly. What are your thoughts on the kit so far, Kevin? It's very impressive. And just look at how much stuff is going on here with these binder parts on the backpack. You got these kind of flaps that open up like that. There. And all the part color separation, this can all move around. You can move this all around like that. So, I mean, yeah, it certainly seems like it was really well designed. And we're not done yet. Okay. Got these parts in there. Just these cannons, part of the backpack, just remind me a lot of the cannons in the Freedom 2.0. Okay. Then, let's see. Ningguang is super good. I'm getting her as my free 4-star from the event. Yeah, I feel like she'll definitely be a lot better too if I could get her constellation up. Requires a good amount of investment for her to be a solo character, yeah. With you moving back to the States, do you think that you will take on more commissions in the future? Jeremy, I'm not sure. I have thought about that. Yes, I've been thinking about that, and I don't know if I mean, I couldn't say for sure if I will or not, but it's possible. Yes, it's very possible that I might take on more commission work after moving back to the US. Possibly, but I don't know. We'll see. I think there probably will be some changes a little bit in kind of the general structure of how I'm going about my content creation and things like that. So we'll see. I don't really know at the moment. It's kind of hard to answer that. Oi. Shh. There we go. What is my adventure rank? My adventure rank, Fareed, currently I'm 44. I think, yeah, 44. So considering how I don't really do that much kind of story stuff that often, I think my adventure rank is for not really focusing a lot on like the story stuff and things like that. I think my adventure rank is probably a little bit higher than usual, and it's probably just because I do just a lot of exploring. So it's a lot of that is probably just from a lot of chest opening, really, to be honest. Lots of exploring, and I want to say not from like the little challenges and stuff that you find kind of around. I don't do all of them because some of them are just kind of just too challenging for me, like in my current state. So I'll try it, and if it's too challenging, I'll just skip it and, you know, come back to it sometime later. Or if I come across it again sometime later, I'll give it another try. And if I still think I can do it, where it's like defeat these 15 enemies within 60 seconds, something like that. Like, I just don't have the power to be able to do that. I think you just need to do the Joust story to unlock the land. Yeah. Story-wise, where am I? I'm currently, I don't even know. I kind of just got to, I was doing a ton of exploring around Liyue before I actually went to the city. What's the city, the town, the city there. I was exploring around a lot, all over the place, everywhere in like the southern half of the map. A ton before I ever like went into the city and started doing some of the story missions there related there. So I kind of just got to there, sort of. So what I'm doing now is, I forget. I don't even know. Like to be honest, a lot of the story I kind of skim through. When you get to a cutscene, I'm just not that super interested in the story really enough, because it's just kind of just there. But I'm at the part where I talked to that like deer god guy, like a forest god, deer, and you had to go around to a couple other places and go to one domain where there's like a crane god as well too. Anyway, so that's what I'm doing currently in the story, in like kind of the main story missions. Yeah, I haven't finished the Geo Archon quest. Yes, that's what it is. Thank you. Yep, nope, I have not. So yeah, like I said, I've been really neglecting like the main story quests, and I just do a lot more exploring around and stuff, really, kind of for the most part. Like, probably for just like the general ease of progression and like getting better stuff, probably would be a better idea to like focus on the main story missions first, I guess. But what can I say? I'm not a gamer. And oh, okay, that piece. I was gonna say, why is this one little piece here when it looks like it's for something else? But that's for the weapon, actually. So it's okay. Bandai just announced a few P-Bandai HG kits, including the Gelgu Vertex. Really? Is that just today? Must have been just this morning, because I've not seen about that. But that's cool. Oh, yeah, that domain. Quite hard for me also. I didn't, to be fair, I mean, I didn't, the domain with the crane was not hard. You basically just had to go around moving there was like the kind of Mario Kart style, like Rainbow Road roads. You just had to rotate the platforms to get the roads to move around the domain. It was not difficult by any means, but... Okay, so there is most of the backpack. Now, there's still the topmost part of the backpack still yet. So you have to do, so there's like kind of the big main binders there. So let me see, these go just onto the sides here. We still have a couple of parts, well, more than a couple parts to add, but there's our gigantic backpack. So put that aside and get out the last bit of parts here. Shame you need to recast some parts to make a complete second scythe weapon. Yeah, that's what I'm waiting to find out, if you can make one or two, because it seems like you have all the parts to make two, but do you not? It seems like everything's there to make two. Oh, I think you don't have yeah, the G parts. Those are G12. I think you got two of those. Is this specific build MG? No, it's not an MG technically, because it's not Bandai, so it can't be any particular grade. If you were to compare it to any grade from Bandai, though, it would be comparable, most comparable to a high-res kit, actually. Yep. So the box is done. Alright, some of these are weapons parts here, obviously. Not quite to that quite yet. Yeah, I think, well, are there not enough parts in here to make two of the weapons? It's missing two parts. Aesthetics, but fully functioning size. Okay, so parts are missing. These ones here. There's only one set of these. Yes. That's a shame. Yes, it looks like you've got everything else except for that. Okay, so just moving some of these parts aside for the moment. Those are weapons parts, which we'll get to in just a moment. Some of these parts are for finishing sections of our backpack here. Did you find the missing skirt part? Yeah, I did, Kyle. A little while back. It was mixed in with the arm parts. Yeah, I found the missing skirt part. Okay. So, here and here. Blip. That's weird. Is that right? Interesting. Yeah, again, the manual kind of shows this wrong, but at any rate, that fits on there. Do you like this kit? Yeah, I like it. I can't say, I mean, I have a similar feeling to this as like with the MGEX Unicorn, and that it's a super impressive kit, but I'm just not really looking forward to painting this kit. It's going to be such a time-consuming process. It's going to be a massive kit to paint. There's a ton of detail there, which is great, but I mean, if you really want to do this kit justice, it's going to take you a long time. So, I mean, that's not a bad thing by any means. But it's not something that I'm like, yes, I can't wait to paint it. It's more like, ooh, painting that kit. So, does that make sense? Paint it all one color? Yeah, could do that. Just paint it like all marble. Just make it look like a statue. Just like a marble statue. That's all. Could do that, yeah. Alright, so we got these little teeth bits in here, or these kind of claw sections, which fit into here like that. Just making sure I'm putting this together the right way because it's a bit odd. So when that opens up, then that is meant to fold out of there, so you got some like claws here on the backpack as well too. So kind of in that sense, kind of reminds me a lot of the Testament Gundam. How the Testament kind of has the whole claw thing going on with it as well too. And kind of weird how that doesn't fit into there better, but so anyway, got these on here. Our claws, and these parts will fit onto the side. One and one, like that. What the? What? Hang on. That's not what that looks like. What? Doesn't look. Oh. Okay. This is weird. Okay, so in the manual, take a look at this. Direct your attention here, please. You see this T-shaped part here? It's strange because I think between when they made the manual and when they made the runners, they changed the design of this so that this T-shaped part in the manual is actually different. It's actually kind of cut. This part of it there is actually molded as a part of this part, and then you kind of just have like this long part is what you stick onto there. That's what it looks like in the manual, but now in the actual part, it's the parts are separated here a little bit differently, so it's strange why that is, but for all intents and purposes, I mean, it goes together exactly the same. It's just odd how that's different in the manual. So more kind of teeth claw aesthetic there with that whole section like that. Kind of wild. There you go. Like that. There you have it. And these are meant to okay, be like on the outside. Like that. I think that's supposed to be in there more. Is it or not? Hang on. Yeah, it should be like that, but oh, okay. The way it fits down onto there is strange. It's like not fully. The peg is too long, but it seems like it's like that on purpose. Alright, let me finish up this other side then. Habit's limitations are down to physical design. And this one, where do you get kits like this? Well, now you're gonna have a hard time getting this particular kit. Like I said at the start of the stream, we were able to get some for sale through USA Gundam Store, but it sold out very fast. The pre-orders that we got, that we were able to secure. Hopefully this company, Zero Gravity, hopefully they'll make some more of this kit. It's not clear whether they're going to do that or not, though. At this point, if you want to get it, I mean, you can shop around online, but just be careful not to overpay for it, because I feel like people are going to be scalping it now at this point because it's pretty popular and kind of sold out in a lot of places. People are going to be scalping it for way too much, so I mean, just be careful. Don't pay more than what you would want to pay for it. I want to say, like, don't overpay for it, but I mean, overpay just depends on, it depends on you, you know. The kit, I don't remember actually how much it cost originally. I think like on USA Gundam Store, I think I think close to around $100 I think was the original price, and then we were selling them on USA Gundam Store. I think it was around $150, but that was because we actually had to pay more. I heard from Adam explained this, and I think on the last live stream we had on the USA Gundam TV channel. On that live stream, Adam was explaining how the company charged him more for them, I think just because of supply and demand. They were kind of like some of the last ones that they had, and so he actually ended up having to pay more for them than what was kind of the original price, unfortunately. So that's why the ones that we had were more expensive compared to other shops. It's because we actually had to pay more for them because we were kind of late to the party. We didn't originally have them. We weren't actually going to have them, actually. but we were only able to get some later on. Alright. So, for the weapon, that. So yeah, the manual only tells you to build one. You have most of the parts to build two here, it looks like, but there are a couple of parts which you only have one of, unfortunately. Oh, and this. No wonder. There were these parts I couldn't figure out where they went, but they're the opposite side, right, to this that you need here to make the plastic version. So you have a metal piece that you can use. So I guess I probably better use that for one of them here. The metal piece you can use for the handle. It seems overkill, and honestly seems like it's going to be more heavy than useful. But you've got that. Let's see. Anyway, I was saying before, sorry, I kind of trailed off, about the availability of this kit. If the original price was around $100, and you know, if you can find one for $150 or, you know, even just for example up to $200, and if you really want the kit and you're willing to pay that much for it, then I mean by all means. But you know, just know how much the kit cost originally, so that you can know, like, going into it, if you find one online and they're asking that much, you at least can know how much the asking price is compared to how much the kit actually originally cost. So if the original price is 100 and you find one for 125, then you know it's a pretty good deal. It's not that overpriced. But if the original price was 50 and you found one for 125, then you would know that, okay, that's a little bit outrageous. This weapon is certainly quite long. And here. So you can make two of the weapon up to this point. And let me go ahead and do that here just to illustrate. Make one with the plastic side. Where is it? There it is. Yeah. Nice color separation, metal parts, lots of plastic, a base, $70. would be a fair price. Yeah, I mean, it's totally understandable. Anywhere like around 70 or even like up to $100 for this kit honestly seems not that bad. Anything over 100 is getting a little bit expensive, but honestly, I mean, yeah, I mean, you have to also take into consideration that the company making it is not Bandai. Bandai could make this similar kit for less, I'm sure, because they have the production capability to make a ton of them. So yeah, here is what I mean. You can make 2 scythes up to this point here. Well, and you can also add some more stuff onto it, I think, actually, but... or maybe not. Anyway. So we'll stick our plastic one to the side there. Yeah. But yeah, with the like metal infused pre-built inner frame and it being comparable to a high-res kit, I mean, high-res kits are usually around $125, $150, something like that. I guess anyway, it depends on the kit, but so high-res kits also pretty high in price. So for this one being sort of an equivalent to that, over $100 price tag, it does not seem that unusual. And the effect parts are huge on SLT. I mean, that's not that much of a thing that goes into the price, but just on a side note, you guys will see here in a second, when I pull out the effect parts, they're pretty gigantic as well too for this. Hi? That, and that will go here on the back of there like so. And this handle part here. Hey, go like this. So you do have all the parts to make 2 of these sort of like these add-on weapons. Both of these weapons can also just be used in the hands, just as like sword blade weapons, like as they are, or they can be attached onto your main weapon here, like that, in its full epic state. But yeah, you have all the parts to make doubles of those. So let me just make those here real quick. Yeah. Hello, guy from Texas. Are you saying hello to me as a guy from Texas? Because I'm not from Texas. Or are you saying you're from Texas? Or you're saying hello, guy, comma, from Texas? The Reaper sword also needs a laser effect. Well, let me pull out the effect part here. Just a moment. Yeah, you've got a... Come on, there you go. You too. There you go. Oops. So yeah, I'll show you the effect parts maybe on the parts that are off, separate from the main weapon. I think that's kind of how they're supposed to be used. I think they seem kind of more meant to be used, the effect parts, that is, when they're on their own, not when they're combined, because that would be pretty insane. But you do have 2 sets of them, so like it's kind of very similar to like the Shinanjus or the Sosby Verka. It's big, massive one. So it basically fits around this piece. I think you have to put this into there, and then you've got these pieces to kind of hold it in place. Here and here. So, like that. Hang on. Hang on. There we go. It's hard to see what I'm doing there. Yeah, and that's actually held on there quite well. So that's your kind of separate one, or you can attach it onto the main thing if you want. And the other one, where is it? Is the only? Okay, yeah. Sorry. This one also just fits around there. I'm not sure how well this one's gonna stay on there because the thing is just kind of doesn't really necessarily seem like actually stuck on anything. So you're just gonna have to like, kind of like balance that, because if you were to tip it, seems like that's gonna fall off, but maybe not. Yeah. So there's not really too much holding that onto there other than just a little bit of friction. But there you go. So still pretty impressive beam effect part there. You can imagine with those actually attached onto the scythe and with both the beam effect parts on there and everything, it's going to be pretty insane. That's going to take the overall length of this to be longer than my ruler, I think. We'll see here. Actually right about 45 centimeters in length, or about 18 inches in the total length if you have the effect part going all the way from head to toe on the scythe there. Luke asked, what are you eating for lunch today? I'm not sure, Luke, but that's a good question. It's certainly on my mind. I'll see. Yeah, I gotta go sort that out. As for fitting this onto the base, that's other concern of mine, because some people were pointing out that it's a bit hairy. You get it on the base first, and then I'll try attaching the backpack on. And that doesn't really seem like that strong of a connection there. Am I missing something? That seems... Yeah, what? Doesn't seem like a very good connection there for the base. What the hell? How do they figure that? I must be looking at something wrong. Or does this like connect into the backpack? Oh, okay, it connects into the back of the skirt. Okay, sorry. Whew, I'm gonna say, there's no way that's gonna work at all. In the back skirt, this hatch here will come off. If you can get that back out, it's a problem. How the hell am I gonna get that back off there? I had to pull off this whole back skirt section, I think, to get that off. Take that out. Put that back on. Okay. So it is good that this attaches onto the back of the waist rather than under the waist. I think that will be a little bit more stable probably. We'll see here. It's still, yeah, I've got my concerns, but we'll see. Let's get this all up on here first. So hang on a second, guys. I know you can't see what I'm doing. Just bear with me a moment. Add our massive pack onto here. Oof. Come on. Come on. Don't be that way. Go ahead and get on there nice and easy. Alright, so there we have it. Quite the kit. Ooh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That backpack is going to be way in it back. Yeah, to adjust the... Ooh, I don't know if I want to do that either. Hang on. Make some adjustments here to get it stood up properly. Or suspended up on the base properly, I mean. Yeah, the backpack is going to be weighing it back at the midsection big time. But you just kind of have to work around that. Anyway, I'll adjust my camera here so you guys can see. Like that. How's that? A little bit low. There you go. Pretty wild and very large. Metal scythe as a counterweight. Yes, I guess that could maybe help to weigh it forward a little bit, but not that much. I feel like the weight comparison of this compared to all this, probably not that much to get that leaning forward against. If you wanted to do, let me see. There's a couple of joints in there, and I think one is a little bit tighter than the other, so you can kind of counter it out. There's a couple of joints in the midsection there, and like the ball joint is really tight, so I guess if you focus on using that, then it's okay. But very impressive kit nonetheless. So there it is, guys. Very cool. Yes, nothing broken yet, so here you go. Let's see. Who am I blocking? Oh. Are you guys talking about blocking Japan fan? Japan fan is just very excited to see this kit come together, I guess. There you go. Anyway, yep, there it is. I'm just trying to check some of what's going on in the comments here recently, but let me see, what's that? But yeah. All right. Anyway, very cool. There's the traditional yellow V-fin. Yes, we saw that a little bit earlier. There you go. If you preferred, I definitely like the V-fin. This one though that it has, it's just more unique. I like it, so it's cool. Yeah, definitely awesome kit. Worth the high price tag, I would say yes, definitely. I mean, as long as it's not too insanely high. But if you can get it for around $150 or ideally less than that, then I would say check it out. But I mean, even just straight out of the box, it's very impressive looking. If you just did a little bit of paint aligning on that and threw on some of the water slide decals, which you have actually included in the box, Bandai, then yeah. And I think it's going to be a very impressive kit. One that could look very good with even very minimal effort to it. So, there you go. Quite a long stream today. Well, longer than I expected, so I'm glad I started a little bit earlier than I planned. But man. Alright, let's see. Scoot it to your left a bit. To my left. Here. Like that. Anyway. Yeah, you guys can see that. Okay, yeah, so that's going to be it for today. I'm going to go grab some lunch, chill out, and I'll see you guys live again tomorrow morning for a Gunpla critique episode, I think. Then Thursday morning, working on the Dachshund Machining Krieger kit. Then Thursday afternoon with Josh for a Gunpla critique episode. And then Friday, I think I'll probably be live streaming again Friday morning as well, too, so probably every day this week. Friday morning, I think I'll be probably live streaming building the Master Grade Age 1 Spallow, maybe? I think. You guys want to see the Master Grade Age kit live built on Friday? It'll be Friday morning my time, Thursday evening for you guys. I've got that, that's kind of up in my queue. So, yeah, you want to see that? MG Age live build? I'm sure Kurosama would appreciate that. Alright. Sounds like a good plan. Thank you guys for hanging out, and I'll see you later. Bye-bye.